And we're off. We're doing it live. This is coming off in a couple of days. I'm taking it off. Well, I've had enough of it now. You know, when you take a bite of a salad, you take half of your beard in with you. Can everyone see and hear me okay? Because I don't know. It looks a little tiny, a little bit glitchy. Won't surprise me. As soon as I start a live, the minute I start a live, whoa. Can you let me know if you can hear me and see me? Otherwise, there's no point in carrying on. Oh my God. Whoa. Nice one, Paul. Much appreciated. We're just waiting until this noise is just done. Oh, fuck me. That was horrible, horrible, horrible. If you ever develop this, I look so nerdy. So, got up this morning and I couldn't see the screen. Well, I could see the screen, but I couldn't see anything on the screen. So I was going to get a new screen for my phone whilst condensing funds together to pay for the car to be sorted out on Monday. So that's just cost me another 110 quid just to get a screen. And the frustrating part of it was that I was there for part of him sorting it out, and it clocks a few memes. Now, bearing in mind, this mobile phone, hello, darling, this mobile phone repair centre is built on to what is the only mosque in Long Eaton. You know, it's blinking, you'd miss it. I pointed it out in a previous video. Lie down, darling, just lie down. It's very small and it's attached to that. And these memes, they weren't racist or anything, but they weren't very pro-Islam, if you know what I mean. So that was a bit awkward, but it seems to have done the job. You know, it's not glitched on me. It's not conked out on me. So hopefully that's it, you know. But it's just another added expense. I just feel like I'm being financially ambushed at the moment. But yeah, good to see you. Good to see you, lads. So, riddle me this. I love that. That was in Little Britain. There's some really, really weird, crazy, loopy character. And he used to say, riddle me this. What Walliams, woke Walliams, I like to call him now, because that's exactly what he is, woke. So, I was walking around Long Eaton wearing this today, and there were a few nods and a few smiles, and I'll take that as a victory, you know. Every little helps, it really does. So, this whole Doge thing, thanks for the love arts. I reckon that's from Bo Witchy. It's not from Paul or Michael, because it's a bit gay. So thank you. Hello, Chrissy, you all right? Good to see you. Yeah, nice to see you too, Paul. Right, so this state of the art Doge technology that they're using at the moment, which is like super efficient, amazing, mad, blah 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 blah, right? Does anyone not find it a little bit odd that there was something called Dogecoin? I think it was created in I think it was 2013, and I think it was at the time they said we're just messing about. It's just an alternative payment system like Bitcoin. Yeah, all good, Chrissy. All good. Oh, I can't do that. Apparently, if I do that, I'm Freemason. Some people have lost their shit. They have. They have. So the UK have taken on a shitload of gold. America's taken on a shitload of gold, allegedly. Russia's taken a shitload of gold. China's taken a shitload of gold, and so is India. And I'm assuming loads of other countries as well, because they're all gearing up for a cashless society. That's where we're headed. So I wonder if the Americans have been primed with Dogecoin, which was just a bit of allegedly a bit of a joke back in 2013. It still exists, right? Spelled exactly the same. So that could possibly mean the introduction. Well, it's going to mean the introduction of a cashless society in America. So the American CBDC, which will lead to complete and total financial slavery eventually. Now, they're saying that it's going to be backed by gold. There isn't enough gold to cover $36 trillion. There isn't enough, right? Nowhere near enough. So how can it be backed by gold? It's just not possible. It's not possible. And you should, I did put something into the, there's a YouTuber that she went dark for a year. She just disappeared, and I really liked her because she's just really, really fucking likable, you know, and honest, and she can. I see things the same way that she sees things, you know, and I think when you find that sort of connection with another channel, you just, you know, you kind of connect, you know. And so I did put something in the community tab about that, and about bear with me one sec. Well, I got into a really shit argument with someone. A shit argument with someone that's shit, you know, and I just put, because it was on a channel called, well, I can't remember. It's not really relevant. And I just put Farage talks the talk. That's it. He's also a trend follower, and he is, you know, he refused to kind of do or say anything really about pretty much everything. He backs out of everything. The guy's fucking useless. He's useless. Always has been. So I just put, name one good achievement that he's solely responsible for in his entire political career. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for this moron to come up with it. And we all know what they put. Brexit. So he pretty much, I just, maybe it was a bit immature of me, I don't know, you know, but I just kind of put I threw the line out there, and I got one of these little wrigglers, you know, a little sprat, nothing impressive like a marlin, you know, or a sailfish, just a little fucking a little stickleback. So my reply was, "Are you serious? When exactly did we leave? Because we haven't, you know." I would say the biggest reason why everyone went. There were people that I knew that would never ever vote. They would never ever vote, ever, right? And they went out and voted, and it was because of immigration. That was literally their main reason, was immigration, right? So nice one, Farage. What an incredible achievement, you know? Yeah, we might not have gone into the euro. We might not have the euro, but that's it. That's it. Other than that, we never left. These bastards got their own way, you know? The Remainers, or the Ramoners. Yeah, I just put, you know, people. I find people really, really frustrating, and I'm getting more and more frustrated with people, because it's just there's just so much obvious stuff going on. So much obvious. It's just so obvious, so blatantly obvious, and it's just frustrating, because I try and explain these things to people, and it's just, you know, the fluoride stare. So Vance, basically, you should look into, you know, everyone at some point has been inspired by someone in their life, you know, and that inspiration has maybe made them, encouraged them, or made them think a slightly different way. Feels like something big. Yeah, it is on the doorstep. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's on the doorstep. I think it's probably going to be the whole foot and mouth bullshit, and it will be bullshit. It was bullshit the last time, you know. I loved to hike, and back then, nearly every single public footpath had signs on it, so you can't go past this point, you know. And then there were these dips for your feet, dotted here, there, and everywhere in the countryside. So you had to get your hiking boots and dip them in this dip, you know, to prevent the spread of the foot and mouth that wasn't there. And then we saw images of these big diggers, you know, just pushing the carcasses of prime beef, you know, of whole milk, of nice cowhide rugs. Apologies to all of you vegetarians and vegans out there, but you sat there going, "Ah." But I think that's what it's going to be, and you'll be prevented from getting out into the countryside, because they've got to make sure that they contain it. You know, that's my guess. What are your guesses, guys? What do you think's on its way? Because something's going to happen this year. You know, we know this is the middle section towards Agenda 2030. We're smack bang in the middle now. And something's got to give, and it will give. We just can't really put our fingers on exactly what that is. So yeah, going back to the whole CBDC thing. So there was something mentioned in England called the Brit coin. Let me see if that's still a thing. Just bear with me. Okay. Because I think it is. What is Brit coin? Also known as the digital pound. Digital pound or digital sterling. I mean, how can you get digital sterling? Sterling is sterling. It's metal. Is a proposed digital version of the British pound. It would be issued by the Bank of England and backed by the UK government. How would it work? It would be a digital form of cash similar to a banknote. It would be denominated in sterling and have the same value as cash. So how can it be denominated in sterling? Because even our pound notes aren't denominated in sterling. It just says it on the note. But sterling is sterling silver, you know? So it's bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. A never ending, like, conveyor belt of absolute verbal bollocks. It would be held in a digital wallet, digital ID, everything on your phone, just like WeChat in China. It would be held in a digital wallet and used to pay for online purchases and in shops. We're already using a card, you know. People are using the cards, people are using the phones, you know. Some people, there are people dotted around here, there, and everywhere that are using little chips that they've got inserted in their hands because they think they're really, really cool. Look what I've got. Look what I've got. Why is it being considered? It could be more convenient and cheaper than cash. Cheaper than cash. By that, that must mean by the fact that they don't have to manufacture paper anymore. It could be integrated with other things through software. It could help modernise the UK's digital payment system. When might it be introduced? A final decision on whether to introduce Britcoin is expected around 2025. So you've got the possibility of Dogecoin, right? Because they've already been preempting that since 2013, and they're talking about Britcoin perhaps being introduced in 2025. Then you've got Russia, China, South Africa, Brazil, blah, 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 with the whole BRICS thing, which is also a digital currency. This is it, a global digital currency, allegedly backed by gold, when there's not enough gold to go around. The people voted to leave, so we left, whether they like it or not. But we didn't leave. We didn't leave, Maria. And hello, by the way, sweetheart. Good to see you. We never left. You know, again, the vast majority of people in this country voted, and not just white people, you know, the black community, the Asian community, you know, they all voted because they didn't want shitloads of people coming in. There might have been one demographic that might have been, yeah, we can get me auntie, me uncle, all 75,000 of me cousins, granddad, grandma, you know, and then their friends and their friends' friends. We can get all them over here. and take over a few more towns. But the vast majority of people voted to leave because they didn't want the amount of immigration that was coming into the country at the time. Now it's on steroids. I mean, the MOD sold a big, massive plot of land, which was a barracks. I don't know if you've seen it, you know. And so the barracks was taken over by illegal immigrants, and now it's in Essex. And now the amount of immigrants, there's going to be one more load shipped in. That will then mean that there will be more immigrants in that town than the people that were living in that town. They'll be outnumbered. And there's this video footage of them going around. They've been told, it's okay, don't worry. Don't you worry yourself. They're all going to be contained within the barracks. Yet there's video footage left, right and centre of them going around trying people's gates, trying people's doors, trying people's cars, you know, defecating in the streets. Every town's got a you know, this is quite a small town, you know, and they've been seen sat outside schools and then following parents home. Whoa. How do you know that, Maria? How do you know there's enough gold to go around? How do you know? This is why it's so expensive, because it's finite. There's not a great deal of it around. That's frozen for you guys. Or am I still moving around? Will it help if I turn this off? Still a little bit glitchy. I do apologise. There's not really much I can do about it. Hello, Lee. Diversity is our strength. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But now I know how to make a perfect curry. Surplus to requirements. Oh, that's a hate crime against my name. Hello, Mr. Mensa. You know, with that that username, are you actually a member of Mensa? Are you a high IQ guy? Most people voted for Brexit because we want to be a sovereign country with control of our borders. Yeah, same thing, Michael. Yeah, exactly. We are a sovereign country, but we're being invaded. We're literally being invaded, and our own government is complicit. I have not researched. No, that's what I mean. It's one of them. There isn't a great deal of it around, and according to quite a lot of different sources, about 70% of what gold is in the world, or in the ground, or in the world, or on the world, about 70% of it has already been mined. So, excuse me, that leaves 30% in the ground. And a lot of it's not been touched because it was too expensive and too difficult to get at. But now that the value of gold is shot up because it's in demand, because all of these fiat currencies around the world are starting to plummet rapidly, it's increased the value of gold. So as the value of gold starts to increase, it will make it more viable to start getting at that other 30%, if that makes any sense. I was age 15, thought it would good on CV. Half price subs until 18 when I stopped paying. Right, so you're a smart guy. Are you a smart guy, or did you lie on your CV? Because we've all done it, you know. We've all done it, haven't we? Or is it just me and Mr. Mensa? But these, because I was watching the Black Bat, I've nearly did it again. Whoa, it's a mouthful, and it could come out wrong. Black belt barrister. He did a bit of a video a couple of days ago, I think it was, or it might have been today. I don't know. I don't really like the guy. I think he's gone a bit more political now, because he knows that the stuff he was putting out before was just boring, you know, pretty much. And so he's taking a more political stance now, which is starting to boost his subscriptions up a bit, because he's giving a legal perspective on what our own government are doing, you know, to us, and his opinions on it. So that I like him for that, but the fact that he is a proper grifter. I mean, barristers are paid very, very well, very, very well. You know, my cousin was a barrister. Did the test and passed 139. That's good. That's good. That's 39 above the average. The average is about 100, I think. My IQ is somewhere between an amoeba and a great crested newt. Just means good at seeing patterns and puzzles. Maybe I should take the test, take an IQ test. But then, having said that, they said right from the start that the vast majority of people that had gone to, you know, a lot of these people that are really, really, really up there IQ wise fell for that. You know, they were really, really smart, but kind of blind at the same time. Look at Jordan Peterson. The guy is a world-renowned clinical psychologist. Does anyone remember him saying, "Just take the damn jab"? And that's verbatim, word for word. Just take the damn jab. You know, he's snapped out of it now. He's realised. That was Jordan Peterson. You know, I used to be a fan of him. You know, I've got a book upstairs, 12 Rules for Life. Never read it. You know, it was something I was going to get around to doing, reading that book, see if I can get something out of it. But it's a big ass book, and I've lost a lot of respect for him. So it might come in handy in desperate times to get my fire going, you know. Hello, Leslie. Is that Leslie Jeepster? Is that Leslie as in kids and grandkids, or not? I forgot, is it, because there's obviously more than one Leslie out there, but it'd just be lovely to know, you know. What are your thoughts about those that saw weapons and UN boxers in these hotels? Do you think they are UN soldiers? I think it's very possible. It's quite possible, because we have discussed this in a previous live, and I just said that if they are used as UN soldiers, because UN soldiers generally are made up, you know, you can get one big massive Hummer. All of the soldiers are wearing the blue helmets and that, but each one of those soldiers will be from completely different countries, you know. So it is possible. It is possible. But what I did say in that live stream is that if that is what happens, they're fucked. They're fucked, because we still outnumber them. You know, We'll be going from one house to another. I'm saying this publicly, and I'm saying this publicly for two reasons. Reason number one, because I think you should know about it. And reason number two, I don't fucking care. So it would be hell for them. Hell. Even though they'd be armed, it would be hell for them. Because they wouldn't see us coming. Because we're smarter than they are. Remember, one side is civilized, the other side isn't. We're smarter. Hey up, Annie. Oh, Annie, guess how much it costs to get a new screen on my phone? 110 quid. But he said that if it was water damage, then it would say, and it didn't say it was water damage. So I don't know, just a really bizarre coincidence. But yeah, going back to the hotels and finding weapons and stuff in there, I don't think that's been the case. I don't think they're going to come along and just drop pallets, sealed pallets full of guns to hotels. It just makes no sense to do that. It's not covert enough. They'll all be handed out. I think what will happen is they'll turn around and they'll say to these people, let's call them these people, because they are people. They're just fucking parasitic people. And they'll turn around to him and say, right, what do you reckon to the 4-star or 5-star spa hotel that you're living in then? Oh, I like very much, very, very much. It's beautiful. I got a comfortable bed. I got a 50-inch television. I got a bloody PlayStation. I play on Call of Duty with my friends, chilling out and all that. Endless supply of cigarettes for nothing. We got boss clothes. Assorted, mate. I don't need to do fuck all. So, they've made these people extremely comfortable, whilst we've got our own sleeping freezing cold on freezing cold floors, when it's pissing it down constantly, it rains in England in between the rain, whilst these fuckers are in these hotels living it up, right? So they're all going to get used to all of it. They wouldn't have had anything like that back home. Nothing like that. Nothing, right? So the thought of going back home, they're like, oh, no. No, I don't want to do that. No, I want to stay here. I want to just chill out, mate, So they'll be propositioned. There'll be people that, because they've even got their own NHS staff in some of these hotels. Whereas, like, we ring, to get a GP appointment in the morning, and we've got to be on that phone. You are 71 in the queue. Please press 1 to continue to wait, or call back when it's less busy. Then it's like, oh, I've got a bad arm, mate. Come on in. Everything's there on a plate. Everything. So they'll be propositioned. That's what I think. They'll turn around to him and they'll say something along the lines of, if you want to carry on living in England, we'll pay you even more. If you adorn this uniform and this blue helmet and patrol the streets of England to make sure everyone stays at home, because that's the only way that they would manage to pull off a lockdown again at gunpoint. But even then, it won't be enough. It won't be enough, because we conspire. We'd be sneaking to each other's houses. It won't be like Northern Ireland. It'll be hell on earth for these people, and they'll fucking deserve it. Because the very people that they'll be patrolling the streets in order to control were the people that work their bollocks off to pay their taxes, to keep them in these plush hotels. So the British aren't very good at getting slapped across the face, you know. Eventually, we snap. Too tolerant, you know. Too tolerant. That's my take. You tell me what you think. Yeah, I like JP. Oh, I thought you meant JP. Oh, the ginger guy, the buff ginger guy, quite a comedian guy. Yeah, Jordan Peterson, again, just the fact that he said, just take the damn jab. You know, it's a little bit like Dr. John Campbell. You know, he commanded, John Campbell commanded quite a big audience. And because he was saying, yeah, it's all right, I've had it, you know, and he had, you know, but he's trying to redeem himself now. And he is, you know. Whereas Jordan Peterson, the audience that he commanded was, you know, tenfold. So they would have thought, well, he's a clinical psychologist, world-renowned, you know, author, well accomplished, very intelligent man. It must be okay. So fuck it. I'll go for it. Next thing you know, like, yeah, I just stroke. Yeah, I listened to Jordan Peterson, and it seemed like a good idea at the time. Apologies to anyone who's got any stroke victims in their family. That wasn't. It was just, yeah. You get the idea. Yes, Mr. Mensa. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Just get the damn jab. Just. There's still YouTube videos going around of him saying it, you know. Right, I know that I've missed a lot of you guys out here. I do apologise. Let me just have a quick check, and then we'll carry on talking. Bus driving ninja. Michael, got another bus driver here, mate. But this one's a ninja, you know. So we've got a musician bus driver and a ninja one, you know. I wonder which one's the best driver. I'd go for the musician. No offense, ninja, you know. Good to see you, Annie. Rock on, lass. Annie. I am descended from Normans. I have Norman wisdom. Oh, that's a proper dad joke, that is, and I'm nicking it. I love that. It's very, very good. I'm sorry if yeah, Boho, which I do all right. I do all right with accents, and yeah, I do a pretty decent gay man, even though I am a man. I'm a man's man, you know. But I do a very, very convincing gay man, you know. Go figure. I've got no idea what I am, but straight is definitely one of them. Yeah, Nurse Campbell. Sorry, well, he has done a doctorate, so he is officially a doctor. You know, he has got that name. But then, you know, you look at all of the people that the Queen and Charles, I'm not going to call him a king because he's nothing. He's nothing. He's a fucking wingnut on wheels. Look at how many people they knighted, and then look at those people. A friend of mine stood in the surgery talking to the receptionists and his doctor with his phone, calling them, and they still had excuses. Yeah. There's a lot of piss taking going on in this country, and we just need more and more people to get more and more pissed off. It's that simple. Yeah, I feel sorry for John Campbell. If you look into his eyes pre-realization, and then, you know, in his really old videos, go back like 4 years, 5 years, go back 5 years and look at a video, one of his videos 5 years ago, and then have a look at one of his most recent ones and look at his eyes. You know, it's broken him. He knows what his influence has done. You know, he's literally got blood on his hands, and he knows that. So, but he's pulling out all the stops to try and make everyone aware, whilst trying to stay within the guidelines of CommiTube, CuntTube, just to make sure that he can keep the channel going, so that he can still maintain that reach. You know, he's doing it very cleverly. Yeah, his eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and they tell. I can tell someone, even if they're smiling, I can tell if someone's broken just by their eyes. You know, there's something about the eyes. You know, my favourite part of the body. You should use that accent, Terry, when you ring doctors. Oh well, it would get me through quicker, but then when they say, "What's your name?" Right, oh, it's Terry. Bleep. Right, what's your date of birth? Right, you're not Indian, are you, sir? You're not a Pakistani man, are you, sir? No. Back to the bottom of the queue you go. Imagine telling people to take it. Ooh, where did that go? Imagine telling people to take it, then realizing what you've done. Awful. Yeah, exactly, Boho Richie. Yeah, horrific. Imagine carrying that amount of guilt on your shoulders. You know, the guy's definitely got, because of the nature of his work and his history, his work history. You know, he's an ethical man. You can just tell he is. So there's going to be a lot of compassion, you know, in that man's heart. You know, a lot of empathy. You know, really, really, really good man. So imagine when you are like that, when you're that kind of person, to suddenly realize that you could be responsible for people, but then you're your own responsibility. You know, who remembers going to school and then getting pulled to one side by a bastard of a teacher, right, and saying, "Why did you do it?" Well, little Johnny said, "Do it." If he told you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? No. That old one, that old chestnut. Everyone is responsible for themselves. So, and again, the whole lead yourself thing. You know, once you've nailed that, and you realize it, you don't need. I mean, obviously, if you need a diagnosis, for example, from a doctor, which is all they're good for. Thanks for the diagnosis. I'll go and find a treatment. I'll do my own research to see if I can find something other than these fucked up pills that you might be giving me that are full of God knows what, because you're taking you know, payment to push these medications. Oh, fuck me. A bus race, yay. Oh, yeah, I would love that. I'd love that. I would absolutely love that. A proper bus race. Michael, was it? I'm not, because I can't remember now. Because I've had a lot of emails, and this is going back quite some time. Was it you that bought the actual camper van bus? Because I know someone did. And when I say camper van bus, I mean those two terms don't go together. It was a bus, you know, like not a double decker, but a bus, and it was fully kitted out and ready for living in, literally living in, just giving it up, giving everything up, just living in it. And it was nice. And he paid less for it than I paid for that bag of shit that I've got on my driveway, which is probably worth, I don't know, a couple of grand now. And I spent 14 grand on that. For the van, which was 12 at the time, but everything, they all were expensive at the time. The van, what I've had to get done to get it through its MOT which was another £4.5 grand. I've been wiped out. You know, I can't afford to put it on the road. But I'm just hoping that the whole van life thing takes off, because no one can afford to get a mortgage anymore. People want the freedom. It's just like living on a barge, but on wheels on the road. You know, I'm hoping that takes off, so that it just bumps the price up a little bit, because she's an old girl, you know, and there's less to go wrong with it. Easier to fix. Speaking of eyes, Trump's not looking well at the minute. Well, he's got if you imagine the responsibility that he's taken on, and this is another thing, right? I meant to, you know, when I start shuffling like that, I've got to get something off my chest. So, the name of the operation has just gone out of my head. Please tell me in the chat, just so I can. But I'll carry on talking. But just let me know in the chat when they brainwash you. Operation. Don't worry, I've not forgotten it. Then Elon's always there. MK Ultra, thank you very, very much. Right. So MK Ultra's been around for a very, very, very long time, right? So as time goes by, it's trial and error. Try a bit of this, maybe push a bit more of that, maybe push a bit more of that. Try this, you know, whilst it's all being documented and recorded, you know, so that they absolutely fucking nail it, right? To the point where you wouldn't even know that you were being controlled. You wouldn't even know, right? Now, to me, apart from Trump's ego, which is probably one of the reasons why he's in power, because his ego is ridiculous. If I had a pound for every time I've heard that man say, it's never been done before, I'm the only one that's ever done it, no one else could do it like me, I'm the best. In fact, I got a call this morning from God. God wanted my advice on something, because I'm higher than God. I know more than God. I am a God. Nobody can do anything better than me. That's how he is. You don't get an ego bigger than that. Fuck me, right? But he's very, very believable. To me, he comes across as very, very sincere, very, very egotistical, which does irritate me. I've always said I don't like egos, right? Very egotistical, but he does seem genuine. What's to say that they haven't performed some sort of MK Ultra experiments on him in some way? You know, when people have got egos that big, they're easier to manipulate, because you're allowing this alter ego, if you like, run things. You know, it's at the forefront all the time. So you could be you know, if you're not looking out for brainwashing, you're not going to be ready to defend yourself from it. So I'm just saying, on top of the fact that he's not learned his lesson from the last time around, and he's surrounding himself with dodgy bastards, because they are dodgy, you know, they are, and I stand by that. Where were we? In the end, we judge ourselves. Yeah, we do. I like the scales there as well. You know, I'm a proper Libran man, you know, very, very stereotypical, constant search for balance and justice. And I'll never stop until I get it, or until I'm dead. Think, Terry, when they get the message on their free phones to go. Yeah, Lee. Yeah. Do you mean the who do you mean, Lee? Do you mean the our invaders? Right, sorry, Michael. I can't remember who it was now. Then, oh man, but it was impressive. I've got still got photos on my phone. It was very, very impressive. I mean, it was a fucking bungalow on wheels. Beautiful, beautiful. And he only paid about £9 grand for it. unreal. He needed about 2-3 grand spending on it to get it proper, perfect. And that was it, you know, a house, a home that's big enough and functional enough to live in, to live on, for 12 grand, you know. But now people just can't get mortgages. They can't get mortgages, and they won't. So they won't get mortgages. And people are just not able to pay the mortgages anymore. So the banks are buying houses so they can then rent them back to them. You will own nothing. Okay. On it, eh? Right, let me just sit down. I've missed loads. I know as soon as that bar gets to the bottom, there's just shitloads of comments that I've missed. So I do apologise. I go on one sometimes, as you know. Non-compliance is the only way, Michael. It's the only way. And I don't know if any of you are now refusing to pay your council tax. I did put something in the community section for you to look at. It's got the acts, the statutes, so you're completely covered by law to refuse to pay. As long as you don't say I'm refusing to pay, I am withholding until you can prove. That just makes it a bit easier for you, even though you can just say I'm not paying it, you know. But at the moment I'm trying to deal with 2 battles at a time. Once I've got those 2 out of the way, my council tax and my water rates will be next. Then when I've got them out of the way, there'll be my gas and my electric. When I've got them out of the way, I'm going to be itching. I'm going to be searching to try and find what else I can win. You know, never give up. Stay determined. Which God? I don't know, Maria Spoon. Elaborate for me, sweetheart. That's Trump's impersonations. So funny. Yeah, I don't think I've quite got it nailed, but I'm halfway there. He's not really that difficult to do. Not really. He's quite an easy one to do. Because he's not, you know, he might be a shrewd businessman, but he's also been able to, you know, he had a really, you know, I mean, his dad started off as just like us, you know, normal working class guy, and then he did all right, you know, got a really good head for business, did really well in real estate, and then he passed that on to Donald, and so Donald was rich from birth, really, and it's just taken off. He's made a few fuck ups along the way, but he's managed to, you know, make more than he's lost, a hell of a lot more, even more now. Anything that Trump is involved with, anyone that's got businesses around Trump, their businesses are going up through the roof, you know. No conflict of interest here. And then, you know, please don't forget that so Elon Musk, he's got at least 4 companies, right? So he's got Tesla, he's got the Boring Company, he's got SpaceX, and he's got Neuralink, right? Now, Neuralink is the biggest, you know, private government, I say government, deep state contractor in America's history, you know? So that's one of the reasons why he's there. And you've got to remember, please remember, and this is not, don't take this the wrong way, right? He's got Asperger's. People with Asperger's, I've worked with people with Asperger's for 20 years of my life. So I get to see, I know, you know. And it wasn't until I said that I thought he was on the spectrum, but I never looked into it. And then I looked into it, and he's got Asperger's. They see the world through a very, very different lens, you know. And narcissism is normal, you know. It's a very common trait in people with Asperger's. And you know, again, that's not meant to offend anyone that's on the spectrum. It's not, you know. Some of the most incredible people that have ever graced this world were quite likely to be on the spectrum. One of those people, probably the smartest man in the history of the world, Nikola Tesla. But Michelangelo, there's a massive list. Do a little bit of research, do a bit of digging. All of the signs were there, you know. So when you've got someone that's not really kind of looking at things, although sometimes that might be a good thing, you know, because you've got someone that's taking a completely different, a completely fresh look at something that that people that don't have Asperger's would probably miss, you know. And then when they get their teeth into something, that's it. They become quite obsessive. They are quite obsessive. It's part of the trait. Fuck me, she drinks like a camel. It's one of the traits, you know. I need to top their water up. This part of my brain saying no, leave that bowl empty, because I've noticed as you're heading, but I know they need a drink. So just bear with me one sec. Yeah, people on the spectrum, they can lack certain emotions, and I mean, you know, do we want a? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think I think that the entire administration is dodgy, and I stand by that. Yeah, she hardly ever wheezes, you know. I don't know where it goes. Which Ilachim are you talking about? I don't know, Maria. This is what happens. I end up moving on, and I forget where I started. When you say, what is the name you would call everyone who sees reality? Conscious. So you've got the awake movement, which means fuck all to me now. It means nothing to me. It helps if people see this T-shirt and they go, you know, as they're walking by. I think there are a lot of awake people, but there aren't as many. I don't know if there are that many conscious people around, because you don't know until you start striking up dialogue with them, you know. And then you can gauge whether they're part of the awake movement or part of the conscious movement. But reality is something that that should be our, you know, we should be all looking for that. Drink, anyone? I don't mind if I do, Maria. What's on the cocktail list? The slow screw against the wall, screaming orgasm. I could do both of them. Kettle is on. Nice cuppa. Yeah, I'm drinking mulled wine. Mulled wine by Richie. Hey, it's not Christmas, you know. That's not very traditional. I have made my own mulled wine, and it's lovely. I like mulled wine. It doesn't need to be Christmas, you know. It's quite a comforting beverage. Tea and a spliff here. That's a nice little combination there. Yeah, tea has trace nicotine in it, but see, nicotine's not actually addictive. It's all of the shit that they put in cigarettes that are. He says as he sparks one up. NPCs, yeah, but again, it's one of the biggest problems I've got at the moment. One of the biggest irritations I've got at the moment are the MAGA and the MAHA brigades, because they're just starry-eyed. All they've got is stars in their eyes. Trump's the savior. He's going to change the world. Him and his administration is going to put everything right. No, that is not the case. Hot Vimto. Ooh, that sounds interesting, Annie. I might give that a go. Apparently, if you boil down rose hips and make a drink out of it, that can be a bit like a tropical fruit drink. I've never tried it. Tia Maria, that's a very girly drink. But then I do like Bailey's, and that's a very girly drink. Bailey's is very Moorish. Yeah, hot Vimto. I might give that a, yeah, Ribena. I mean, stuff like, see, this is another one of the problems, is that they've taken all of these brand names that we used to trust, and they were all bought up by massive umbrella corporations, and these massive umbrella corporations are all, you know, owned by BlackRock, and you know, it's and they want to decrease the population. So, you know, going back to autism, but that particular type of autism, I remember taking someone. When I was working for MenCap, and I supported someone to go to this do. I think I've mentioned this before, but I'll tell you again anyway. And so I was sat there with the two people I was supporting to go to this little gathering. And I'm sat down, you know, with whatever, cup of tea or whatever. And next thing I know, there's this imposing, like, right, you know, there's like, right, I think this is a safe space away from this person so that I don't make them feel uncomfortable. Again, a lot of people on the spectrum are missing that thing. They're missing that thing. Social cues and stuff like that. A lot of them are missing that. Not all of them, but, you know, a massive chunk of them. I mean, he was there, you know. I almost had his cock in my tab. So I kind of looked up at him because he was a big old fella. He reminded me of Lurch out of the Addams Family. It reminded me of him. Only this guy had a bit more to say instead of or something like that. I'm not well known for my Lurch impressions, but anyway, this guy stood there, and and I looked up, and he said, "What year was you born?" And I just said 72. He said, "What day and month?" And I told him the day and the month. And as soon as I just finished the on October, As soon as I finished it, it made a calculation in his head, and he knew exactly what day of the week I was born on in a fraction of a second. Baileys and coffee. Whoa. I know someone who likes that. Lisa Sheridan. Lovely, beautiful Irish lady. Lives in Southern Ireland. Southern Ireland. The southern part of Southern Ireland. I've got half a bottle of Baileys left over from Christmas. Mate, I don't know how you managed to make that last. You know, we're coming to the end of February. That'd have been gone. I like an ale. I do like an ale. I'm hitting the 13.5% red wine weekend off work. That's good to hear, Michael. You're in it for the long haul then, brother, which I like, because I am aware of the fact that, you know, that some of you guys sometimes have to get up. You know, this is why I do a Friday night live or a Saturday night live, because I know that most people have got, you know, the following day off. Yeah, you see, when my stepdaughter and her husband, they went over to Dam and they came back with these like factory packed. It was just bizarre that you can go into a shop and just buy spliffs. That you can buy Super Skunk and it's just bizarre. It's because it makes us realise just how restricted we've been for so long, you know, and how incremental that control has got. Anyway, so I was round at their house. There was me, Sally, Sally's mum and dad, Sarah, Sally's daughter, her husband, and we were waiting for his parents to arrive. Now, I'd never met them, but prior to them arriving, they gave me one of these factory sealed, you know, it looks like something you'd buy in a sweet shop, factory sealed, ready-made Super Skunk. I'm thinking, how super can it be? Oh my gosh. I was sat there. I'd only had about a third of it. I was sat there and I was so paranoid. And then Sarah was just showing this map of Amsterdam and like where they went there. And it's all right. Can I have a look at that, Sarah? I just needed a distraction, you know, just something, a prop, if you like, just to get me through it. I was fucked. But then my stepson and his ex-girlfriend, they went over there and they had a brownie each. And he said that they were sat there at the table and they couldn't even lift a knife and fork up. They were just sat there for about an hour and a half. Silence, no conversation, nothing. Absolutely fucked. But I do think that cannabis should be legalized. And I think there's a hell of a lot of research out there in regards to microdosing on cannabis, and not just the inhalation of it, but the oils, the THC, the CBD, you know, the health benefits of this stuff are off the charts, which is why it's not legal. So I knew a girl that was from California. I mean, it's warm all. I don't know if anyone watched the Neil McCoy or whatever his name is. He did a little bit of a walk and talk around California and how it's just fallen. It's fallen. But then I'm thinking, I walk around all of our, and you do the same. You walk around all of your town centres and stuff like that, and all of it. So many shops are boarded up, and this is the way it's going to go. You know. Yeah, there does appear to be a bunch of stoners present here in the live chat on a Friday night, which is lovely. You don't see stoners going out and kicking shit out of people, you know. They just want to chill out. That's all they want to do, just chill out. Trays of magic mushies in the dam also. look like fairy tale mushes, fluorescent colours. Well, I used to go, and I know a few places where you can get Liberty caps, you know, in abundance. And it's a beautiful experience and it's very natural, you know. I'm not suggesting that you do it. I'm just saying that I enjoy Liberty caps in moderation. But you could get hold of these kits. My stepson managed to get hold of one of these kits a long time ago. And he was working in Italy. He was working for Ferrari. And he managed to get some free digs. So we just had to pay for the flights. And we ended up going, he took some time off work and we went up to Lake Garda. And it was beautiful. It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Because I was looking across from our balcony, I was looking across Lake Garda and you could see all the lights of the houses and stuff on the other side of the lake. And then that was at night. But the following morning, you looked out and you're looking up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And I've never seen mountains like that. That was the Italian Alps. But the night before, we had a mushroom brew from this kit that he bought. And we were both on the out on the balcony because it was a beautiful experience. But we both of us saw the same thing. So we all know it's a hallucinogen. We do know that, especially if you take it in higher doses. You know, if you again look into microdosing on mushrooms as well, it's changed people's lives. That it's changed the way that they think. It's cured depression, and it's mad. It's mad. All of these natural alternatives to big pharma, you know, it's all out there. But for you both to hallucinate and see exactly the same thing, how do you explain that? Because we were looking down over the balcony, and looking up at us was like a tribal man in all the tribal regalia, you know, with like the things hanging around his neck, and he was just looking up at us, and we're looking down at him. You know, he saw it and I saw it. How do you explain that? Mad. Hey up, Lulu. How you doing, lass? Rivington Pike in Northwest. Is that where you can go in to go picking Liberty caps, Mr. Mensa? Trump's renamed them due to America Alps now. It wouldn't surprise me. The human brain actually has, it's going a bit too quick. Doesn't mean slow down in the comments, in the chat. Don't slow down. I just need to make sure I don't miss any of your comments, that's all. The human brain actually has cannabinoid. It's like it was made for us, Michael. It's like it was actually made for us, and it does expand your mind, you know, and you can think so much deeper. It was because of cannabis that I woke up to the level that I woke up at whilst lying next to my wife, because she was having chemo at the time, and she'd done research on what stage 3C ovarian cancer, you know, does, and the likelihood of not surviving it. And she had all of that going in through her mind. I mean, I don't know when I'm going to die. Most of you guys don't know when you're going to die, but when you know that you've just been given a death sentence, so the only way she could sleep and the only way she could relax was with cannabis. And I had a bit with her that night, and that was it. My mind just completely opened up, and lots of pieces of lots of little jigsaw pieces of lots of puzzles all converged, and it was a bang. I've never held her so tight, and it was all true. Every single realization that I had that night was all true. Yeah. I tasted some at a pagan camp when it was, and was rolling around thinking I was a marshmallow in the wind. Well, that's different. I don't think it was just shrooms looking back. No, probably not. But I like that. As long as you see, if some people, they could be rolling around thinking they're on fire, you know? It's all down to the strength of your mind, how you deal with it. I've never had a bad trip. Never. But rolling around on the ground in the wind, thinking you're a marshmallow, I'd be cracking up at that. You know, that's positive. Yeah, I think some people just are not susceptible to it. We're all wired up different. That's what makes us all unique individuals, or at least we are. You know, you look out there. There does seem to be a distinct lack of individualism, and I'm very pro individualism. Hello, Lana. You're right, sweetheart. Lana's had some, I feel her, you know. So that really bad storm, it made a mess of trees and stuff around her property. She had loads to deal with. She's still in the process of trying to get the insurance to sort out the roof, which is up and coming now. They're starting to move forward with that. And then she had another storm the other night, and it's just took another tree out. So now she needs to get someone with a big chainsaw to sort it out for her. Just stopping by while I have a coffee break, getting stuff back in the loft for storage after no roof leaks. Knackered, shifting it all again. I'm not surprised. Yeah, up and down the loft, you know, carrying stuff. It's a good workout though. You'll feel the benefits of that, Lana. You'll start to feel those endorphins kicking in, and that's just what you need right now. I'm just glad that you've got no leaks. Where are we? Yeah, Liberty caps. There are some that look quite similar. So, you know, just be careful. That's all I'm saying. And it's not Liberty cap season anyway, but you can still buy these kits online. But they're not Liberty caps. I don't know what they are, because they're fucking big, you know, really big. I'm almost ready to harvest my first crop off the second growing kit for lion's mane, because I swear by it. If there's ever a supplement to add on top of all the necessary ones, like your vitamin D, your K2, your magnesium, your iodine, all of the things that we're very typically deficient in, if you were to just add one on top of them, I would say lion's mane. Absolutely lion's mane. Let me show you the one that I use, and then have a look online, look it up, and then just take it for a couple of weeks. You will notice a difference, because it creates brand new neuro pathways. And again, this is why I don't understand why they're, well, I do understand. Let me tell you what I was going to say when I said I don't understand. I don't understand why they're not giving this stuff to people with Alzheimer's and dementia. Because I think they would benefit from it. The reason is because they want these people to just move on, if you know what I mean, so that they can replace them with another patient, because it's incredibly lucrative. So yeah, this is the one I've got. 2,000 milligrams with black pepper. and the company is called, oh, fuck me. Well, put it this way, I haven't seen this very, very distinctive bottle made by any other country, so company even. So maybe do a screenshot if you can. I'll hold it up for another 5 seconds, do a screenshot, and then maybe look into it, because I'm telling you, it works. Never had so much clarity in my life. Now would be a good time. Now would be a good time to sell my vape pens on here. Yeah, well, do you know what? You know, because I know that I need to cut down on smoking and then stop, because, you know, the first cancer was in the testicle, right? And I was told it had come back in either my lungs or a lymph node. It came back in a lymph node. So if it comes back again, there's a chance it could come back in my lungs. So I do want to try and cut down and stop smoking altogether. But whilst I was in there and picking my phone up after the screen had been fixed, I asked him, I said, look, what vapes do you sell? Because I want to try and get off smoking cigarettes, go on to vaping, and then slow down on vaping, and then just stop doing it, full stop, you know. But I think a lot of people right now are smoking because they're stressed, because of all of this uncertainty and a tyrannous government, you know, and a treasonous prime minister, and a constant influx of potential murderers and rapists. So anyway, he said, mate, the two xXx that you were using, that you just told me, I just looked them up, mate. There's shit there, mate. You don't want to. He almost reminded me a little bit of the guy who sold me this fucking car. So anyway, I bought a vape, a little vape thing, you know, because you do feel cleaner. But there have been studies that reckon that it's possible that the average man's, if you're a heavy vapor, and most vapors are heavy because they're not making the front room stink of smoke, you know. If anything, it's quite aromatic, so you do feel cleaner in yourself. You feel less dirty, because a lot of the shit that's in cigarettes and tobacco, it comes out of your pores, you know, whereas this doesn't. But there have been you know, there's been at least one study that reckons that it might decrease your sperm count. So just something to look into further down the line. Excuse me whilst I just vape on my new vape, which is not very good. And but it tastes lovely. So, I mean, I wouldn't recommend. Oh, fuck me! I just clicked down on an arrow and there's loads and loads and loads that I've missed. Oh, I do apologise. Oh, hello, Lily. You see, if I hadn't have clicked down, I wouldn't have spotted that you were there. Good to see you, sweetheart. I hope you're doing okay. Yeah, lion's mane powder. Well, because it is quite easy to grow. I'm doing it, you know. I've got one more to come off the first mushroom growing kit, and then I've got my first harvest to come in probably a couple of days' time from the second one. But I haven't got the machine to crush it right down into a concentrated version of 2,000 milligrams. But I just I'll put it into capsules with black pepper, and that will do, I think. At least I know where it's coming from. It's been grown by my fair hands. I think it's just a normal website and legal, not dark web or dodgy dealers. I don't do social media either. I think I've just jumped into someone else's conversation there. Best getting it from British supplements, no nasty binders, etc. Yeah, but do we know that for sure though, Lulu? You see, we just don't know. This is the reason why I like the idea of making my own supplements, and because you know where it's coming from, you know what's what, and that's quite a difficult thing to achieve today, as we've found over the last 5 years. Time Health do a 6 mushroom blend. That sounds interesting. Yeah, because there are some out there, other ones that have got other benefits, but lion's mane is something else. It's something else. And like I said, they recommend that you have a weekend off. I don't do that. I take it every day. Just an off the top of my head tip. Sugar feeds cancer. Yeah, it does. Carbs and starchy food convert to sugars too, and cancer cannot survive in an alkaline body. That is absolutely spot on. This is why I have this blue stuff, this blue dye, methylene blue. I have that. I take that every day, and I have apple cider vinegar every single day, every day, and that makes you alkaline. So I did have a think. I've done a bit of research since and came to the conclusion that actually I'm glad I didn't recommend that on the fucking channel, and that is that if cancer can't survive in a non-inflamed environment, then maybe taking anti-inflammation medication would do that. So then I arrived at ibuprofen, and but then I realized that this stuff can take out quite a lot of your microbiome in your stomach lining, and it can be quite heavy going. So I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend that at all. Ibuprofen should just be for pain only. Have you got a lion's mane plant culture, a culture going as well, Michael? That's impressive. Yeah, but add the black pepper. Some of you guys, I had no idea why black pepper was in anything. I don't even know why I didn't even bother to look. I don't know. I just thought, it's in there for a reason. I just left it at that. But then some of you guys pointed out to me that black pepper is actually a really, really efficient way to help your body to absorb certain things. That's what the black pepper does. I'm chipping off, peeps. Much love, Addy, and I will see you in the next one unless you pop back later. But have a good one, sweetheart, and thank you for joining us. Where are we? I've heard of meth blue, but haven't looked into what are the benefits. Look into it, Mr. Mensa. It'll blow your mind. I'll show you what I've got, but I've also got the powdered version. A powdered version is probably a bit cheaper and probably goes a little bit further. But then the ones that come ready mixed are ready mixed with the right amount that you need. And just be prepared for, when you go for a slash, and you're thinking, hold on a fucking minute. Why is my piss blue? Yeah, I do have a powdered version of this. Now, if any, right, first and foremost, do your research, do your own research, and start looking into the benefits of this stuff, which originally started out as a closed dye, right? And it is very, very blue. Now, I can't actually make out the brand, but this is tried and tested. It's not very good. It doesn't want to zoom in. If anyone's interested and you think you might be able to, you might benefit from this once you've done your research, I can approach some eBay sellers for you and see if I can get some money knocked off. But I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. Mad stuff. Mad stuff. It's that alkaline, you know. It's a blue cancer prevention. But then there's just loads and loads of other things that we need to be doing as well, like keeping fit, eating healthily, trying to keep our minds healthy, you know. All of these things will add up to a strong, physically strong person, you know, and mentally. You still at work, Lily? I like that alien. Have you had an encounter? I hope there were no probes involved, sweetheart. That'll ruin your day. Turmeric needs oil to be absorbed properly also. I didn't know that. I thought it was just black pepper because I've got a shitload. But then you can't put oil in these capsules because it would just start to, you know, break down the capsule itself. So then you just end up with a sludgy mess. But yeah, maybe I should have a glug of olive oil. Yeah, I didn't know that. I will look into that, Mr. Mensa, because yeah. But yeah, look into the benefits, look into it, do your research, mate. It's well worth it. Well worth it. Just have capsule with a teaspoon of olive oil. Yeah. I think I said that as you were typing that. You see, I was never a massive olive oil fan until I realized the health benefits of it. I mean, these two have it every day. And their eyes and their coats, you know, they're like mirrors, you know, they're so shiny. And yeah. And another thing that I've not bought that I could do with, but do you know what? So I told you guys that I was storing loads and loads of plain flour in the loft in 2000 and the end of 2019, 2020, right? Just filling any jars. Beetroot's gone, right? Clean it out, dry it out, fill it with flour. Coffee, ran out of coffee, good, right? Okay, clean it out, dry it out, fill it with flour. And I just stuck it all in the loft. And oh, fuck me, I forgot what I was going to say now. Yes, right. So I've got these mason jars, very big mason jars now that are just sat in the kitchen empty. So I took a drive down earlier on today. I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone because I do like to do that. Just home. And so I thought I'll set off early before I pick my phone up and I'll go down to the farm shop and I'll get everything in that I need to make sauerkraut because it can last for years. And with sauerkraut, the enzymes in there are ridiculously good for your body, especially your stomach. When we're starting to, you know, when you're starting to look at alkaline foods, you know, that's right up there, sauerkraut. But I've never made my own, so I wanted to make a start. And the farm shop that I've been supporting for the last year and a half or so is now turned into a gym. So that's my farm shop gone out the window. Turmeric black pepper with apple cider vinegar is a good way of having you. Hello, Sage Ria. I don't recognise your name, sweetheart. So if you've been here before, welcome back. And if you're new here, welcome to our little tribe. And thank you for that information. I didn't really think about mixing those three together. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Where are you from, Sage? I did a video about sage, as in the medicinal properties and benefits, and the fact that sage, just you forget to water it for a couple of weeks, it's like whatever, you know. And you get, like, I don't know, a frost that lasts 4 or 5 days, a heavy frost. It's like whatever, you know. It's an evergreen, and it's also good for ladies when they come into a certain time of their life and they're going through, we'll call it the change. Anything bad that happens to women always starts with men. Menopause, menstruate. There's the only two I can think of at the moment, but I know there's a list. Yeah, I've never saged my home because it's I have seen people do it. I've heard of people doing it, but I would rather save it for making tea, and then I also powder it down, dehydrate it, powder it down, and put it into capsules and in gravy. You know, I don't waste anything. But one of the great things about sage is that it's an evergreen, so you can pick from it all year round. You know. And I've planted organic sprouted coriander seeds now as well. They've got their own designated pot, forever pot now. Now, someone mentioned, when I did mention this before, someone said that oh, fuck me, what was I saying? Gone. It'll come back. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I bet you like it in your stuffing, very witchy. What's the sage burning ritual? Well, apparently it's just meant to get rid of any, you know, evil spirits. Apparently don't like the smell of burning sage, so it cleanses your house. But I've never had a bad vibe in this house. Full of happy memories, mainly. Well, you know, 15 years of it. A lot of different ways on, a lot of different views on the sage burning ritual. Yeah, but it grows anywhere. It's tough stuff. It's good stuff. You know, it's low maintenance. I strongly recommend that you look into that, because it's also, yeah, it's good for people, for women, for the menopause. If you go to any health food shop and they offer you something for the menopause, I can guarantee it's got sage in there. Burn the corners of my house to ward off evil entities. I wouldn't risk that for a biscuit. Not with my luck. Not with my luck. Fuck that. You know, you wouldn't believe how many flammable substances I've got in this house. It'd burn for a year. I don't burn sage, and I'm pagan. I have cleansed houses though, but that's a whole other story. That sounds interesting. I quite like you. You're quite intriguing, Bay Witchy. Very, very intriguing. Like a white witch. Which is, again, no offense to any black witches out there. If you're black, you know. And do you know what? I was thinking about that earlier on. right? You know, the whole diversity hire, and that a bunch of ladies thought, let's land this plane upside down. Oh man, right. So let me give you a scenario, right? So imagine I'm a black man, right? And this is not a racist thing, right? Or is it? You know, let me just elaborate. So I'm a black guy, okay? Now, they're advertising for people to sell a product on a TV advert or a YouTube advert or something like that, right? And I'm a black man, and I turn up, right? And there are 9 other white men there, right? And I'm the last one to do a demonstration of my acting or my singing or whatever, right? And I'm sat there and I'm watching them all get up one by one, you know, all of these white men. And I've just thought 4 of them were pissing all over me. I've definitely not got the job, because those 4 were outstanding, unbelievably believable, right? So then they come after the you know, it's all over, right? And then they call you through and say, you've got the job, right? I'd be so pissed off if I was given a job off the back of the colour of my skin. So pissed off. This is why meritocracy is so important. The best man or woman for the job at hand. Simple. So yeah, the point I'm trying to make is, if I was a black man, I'd see that as racist. So not only would I be insulted, because there are people out there, like my old music teacher at school, right? We had a brass band, and it was a fucking good brass band, very good, you know. And there was a national competition. Now, my music teacher was called Mr. Ben, and he was a lovely, really, really lovely guy, so passionate, you know. And when he picked up on other people's enthusiasm for a certain instrument, or, you know, or just general questions about musicians and all of that, you know, he loved all that shit. He was a good teacher, very good teacher. And we won. This was a national competition, steel band competition, and we won. Now, as soon as Tony Ben, I wish he was around still. As soon as Mr. Ben received this trophy, he then went over to another steel band and gave it to them. Looked at the judge and said they were better. They were better than we were. You know? A principled man. I'm off. Just be careful up there, Lana. Just remember, once everything's back up there and you've got your roof sorted out, you'll be able to start starting to sleep a little bit easier at night. Salt and steel protects the perimeters. Again, I didn't know any of this. Yeah, interesting. Well, I've got to take my flat cap off because I'm getting hot. That's better. Feel the wind in your hair. Oh man. So yeah, you know, it is approaching growing season. I ended up getting. I'll show you. Bear with me. It won't take long. I know where everything is. So this farm shop that I'm gutted has closed down. I do think that there's one Sawley end, but it's not the same, you know. I liked it in there. I knew where everything was, and I knew the staff there, and you know, I liked it there. And I'd get a few bits and bobs, and then I'd go and pay for it. And there's usually a basket of stuff that's whoops because it's due to go out of date or whatever reason, you know. So I saw these they're organic coriander seeds. So I know that crushed coriander, so you know, in malt and pestle, very, very, very good for you, exceptionally so. So I took a few out thinking that they would seed. So this is just a really, really damp piece of kitchen roll, and tied off in a little plastic bag, and they've all sprouted. Now, coriander is a very, very, very special plant. Now, it's always been special, always, because of its health benefits, right? However, we know that they're spraying shit in our skies. And, you know, quite a few of this shit that they're pumping out up there are heavy metals, you know, and you'd be hard pushed to find anything natural that can get rid of those heavy metals out of your body better than coriander. You'd be really, really hard pushed. It's unbelievable because it does well, it's got lots of health benefits. It's got loads, but if ever a herb was to ever come into its own for what it can do, it's now, you know, because of what they're spraying in our skies, and we have to detoxify because a lot of these metals can be cancer causing. And again, surely that should be one of the first things on their agenda in America, right? First of all, overturn all of those pardons, get all these people in jail or put to death, right? But I'm not seeing much going on really about their chemtrail problem. You know, not really hearing much. I'm not really hearing much about anything. You know, so the Epstein little black book is going to be, like I said in a previous video, if it does come to light, it will be lesser known people. You know, I've heard that. I mean, someone sent me a screenshot from the Daily Express implicating Blair with the Lolita Express and the Epstein Island. You know, they don't want you knowing the truth. But I've had a little bit of a look into the whole Blair situation. Yeah, he definitely. It's been publicised that he did indeed have dealings with Epstein, and this is public information. Which, like, how far past that did he go? You know, because we know that he's an evil, twisted fuck. You know, horrible man, disgusting, despicable man. Now we know why the ECHR Let me light this up. When he messed about with the Human Rights Act, now we know why. So that we could just keep importing people, you know, boats, planes, trucks, whatever. And yeah. What ale have you got there, Bo Witchy? A stick of chorizo? You mean such a lady? I'm a lady. I'm a lady. Oh, do you know what? And yesterday, right? So I needed to just get out. I thought, let's get the girls strapped up, and because my phone screen had started fucking up on that walk that I had, because it started pissing it down. So let me just top my drink up. Bear with me. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I do love it when they're sat down here next to me. You know, we were meant to be together. What do you reckon to these? They've got a twin layer. So it gives you like a silhouette of acacia trees, and you see how lovely is that? Are you really, Lulu? Are you really off to see Nigel Farage at a rally? I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. I just couldn't justify the diesel. You know, the guy's just. But you see, I was talking about Farage, and I was talking about reform. I've been doing that for a few years now, and I do think that people are starting to just realise that, yeah. Yeah, Maria, it reminds me of a meme. Yeah, chlorella. What's chlorella? Is one I have 3 times a day for the metals we breathe. Chlorella. I've never heard of that. Write it down, folks. Write it down. let's do a little bit of research when we've got a bit more time. Because I don't really want to, I want to remain attentive, you know. Never a fucking pen when you want one. I've got about 75,000. Why do I keep saying 75,000? Got a lot of pens. Right, what was that? Chlorella. I've never heard of that. I will be looking that up. Thank you very much, Sage Ria. Sage Ria, I'm glad that you chose Sage instead of Dyer. It's a lovely name, that. Yeah, you see, when I take the girls out for a walk down by the canal and that, you know, and it will be pure open skies, not a single cloud, and not even a single heavy breeze or wind or anything like that. And my head torch, when I put it on full blast, all you can see are all of these little particles and stuff flying around. And I'd heard about like geotagging, everything, you know, and that would have been done using smart dust. And I heard that about 10 years ago. It sounded a little bit far out, and here we are, you know. It's mad. But yeah, I need to just plant some more of these up. One of the great things about coriander is also that it self-seeds, you know, just drops seeds and then drops more seeds, and those seeds can be ground up. And there was a few little bits and bobs of information I was going to try and gather to put forward for your entertainment on stuff like that, but I just didn't do it, you know. I got run out of time. Yeah, you see Nigel Farage, Tice, even Ben Habib, you know, these people are, it's like this. Would you like to do the right thing? Yeah. Would you like to make the change in this country that it needs? Yeah. Would you bring up certain topics that would be considered to be slightly taboo towards, as far as other members of parliament are concerned? Would you raise these issues if they were true? Yeah. And then they ask you, but will it affect my career? And you go, yeah. And they go, I'm good, thanks. You see, Ben Habib is another one who talks the talk. They all talk the talk. They're just fucking salesmen. That's all they are. I've got a download of Epstein's little black telephone book. How the fuck did you manage that? And is it real? That's what I'm saying. You know, they're not. Look, let me put this into a nutshell, right? So the entire Trump administration was lobbied by Israel. Go back a couple of live streams. I go into quite a bit of detail, right? And then the next thing we know, they're talking about opening up the JFK files. Now, bear in mind that when Trump was interviewed the last time around, he said, and you can look it up, this is fact, right? He said something like, he says, a reporter said, why, when you said that you were going to look, this was his first term. You know, the first term that he said he was going to look into the JFK files. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. You know, but all he did was spearhead Operation Warp Speed. You know. So yeah, this little black book, this so-called black book. Oh, no, going back to Trump. So Trump said, I did request it. Yes, I did request it. Yeah, and I was given an envelope when I was in office, when I was in the Oval Room, and one of my trusted associates said, "You're probably better off not looking in there," you know. And I just said, you know, why? And he just said, just don't do it. So I didn't do it. You know, I didn't do it, and I said I would, but I wouldn't, but I didn't, and I can't, because there are people out there that are still alive today that are connected to that, and this could be, you know, problems to. I'm thinking, hold on a minute. So you've got witnesses or someone that had some sort of, you know, collaboration going on, and there are people that can step up and tell the truth, but you're not bringing them forward or even bothering to interact with them. So if there were people there that were witnesses, then they are witnesses, and they should be, then they are legally obliged, lawfully obliged to give evidence. So who the fuck were they protecting? Who were they protecting? You know? So whatever comes out in these little black books, and apparently Blair's one of them, you know, Mick Jagger. Oh, the list is, you know, I think there was 301. That's a very specific number. 301 Brits. I'm sure it was that. Brits that were implicated with Epstein and his island. You know? So there's quite a few people to throw under the bus, but that ballpark figure, that's been around since 2019. Nothing's been done. Nothing will be done. They might kick a few of their own under the bus. I said that years ago that they'll start doing that. But generally speaking, it's just one big fucking corrupted mess. Where were we? Yeah. So yeah, that Mr. Mensa. I wonder if it would be interesting to see. There are a handful of things that would make me reconsider Trump's position, right? Because again, he turned the country around in his last term, but that's all he did, you know. He never tackled any corruption, not really. And now he's coming in saying, you know, he's coming in all Billy Big Bollocks, you know. And yeah, if this so-called black book gets released, it'll just be people that you've never heard of. No one of any significance. Nobody. Oh, fucking hell. How far back have I gone? I've got yours. Here we are, look. Yeah, Mandelson, Andrew Neil. And did you know that, you know, the whole US aid thing, you know, apparently they were paying a shitload to the BBC, you know, on top of your TV license, on top of Bill Gates' contribution to the BBC as well, you know. Such a corrupted mind, numbing, sheep polluting, sheep creating load of bollocks, you know. Hello, Trace. Hope you don't mind me calling you Trace. Trace 79. So you're in your mid-40s, lass. Good evening to you, and welcome to tonight's little live stream. I don't recognise the username, so I don't know if but I know that there's a lot of people, like a core group of people that never ever get involved in the chat. They never get involved. They just stay in the background and just listen, you know, and watch and read. And that's, you know, that's fair enough. I've not got an issue with that at all. But yeah, I mean, I've had emails from people saying, you know, this is me, my username is blah blah blah, and I thought, well, fuck me, you've been with me right from the start of this madness, yet you've only just sent me one comment, you know, after all this time. Yeah, I mean, if this little black book was opened and it was genuine, which I don't believe it will be, right? That's it. It would be. But then it's like throwing a carcass of a cow into a pack of wolves, you know, and then you just gently fuck off, you know, whilst they're all devouring whatever it is that you've given them, paying no attention to anything else, just gorging themselves. Yeah. How do you know, Mr. Mensa, how do you know that download is real? You know, we are living in the age of the PSYOP, right? I believe statistically that some of you guys fell for the whole Q bollocks, and it was, again, not intended to offend, but it was bollocks. It's going to flag up loads. Yeah, I know it. You don't need to retract anything on here, Sage. This is a bastion of free speech. The only time there's ever an issue is if we get, because this is a public live chat. So anyone from anywhere that's never heard of, you know, this channel, our little tribe, never heard of it, you know, and they'll just be looking, they'll click onto lives, you know, and it will just show you loads and loads of people that are doing lives right now. And some people just click onto it, you know, because I mean, having a channel name like Rose Hippie Guy, it's not the kind of, if I was trying to get some proper nitty gritty research done, I would probably skip past a channel called Rose Hippie Guy, you know, which is exactly why that was done, just to make sure that we don't get too big. We can stay intimate, you know. Terry, who would you like to run certain nations? Me. What do you want to elaborate on that a little bit for us, Lulu? What's Lewism? Is that you, Lulu? Lewism, because your name's Louise. Yeah, elaborate on that, Lulu. Who would you like to run certain nations? Because, to be honest with you, I think every one of these nations should be running themselves. What's happened is almost all of these countries now have got a centralized government, and then they're going to try and take it to the next level, where it's just a few people calling the shots down to people. We're seeing it now with Starmer, you know. He's never been the same since he had Jimmy Savile's fist up his arsehole. And the amount of people out there that are completely unaware of that connection. There's photographic evidence, there's video evidence everywhere of Starmer as a child, you know, 10, 11 maybe. And yeah, he's well connected, very well connected. But yeah, so going back to your question, Lulu, who would you like to run certain nations? The people. So democracy on paper is a great idea. It really is. But it needs to be decentralized, because that's the only way it can work. It's the only way it can work. You see, people are thinking, fuck, you know. There are some twats out there that will have voted Labour, you know, and they'll be thinking, fuck, you know, what have I done? Yeah. It was always about honey traps. A lot of very, very devious men out there, and some women, you know, but mainly men. I have wondered, you know, from time to time how the perception of women, or what's the perception of women on men, you know, because it's impossible for a woman to rape a man. Impossible. And it's unusual generally for women to play any part in the perversion and the sexualization of children, because it goes against their kind of maternal, built-in maternal part of their personality and their gender, their sex, you know. Not all women, Not all women, not all women were born to be mums. My mum wasn't, you know. So it's generally men that are committing these horrific, horrible, terrible offences against humanity, and women and children, you know, raping women, raping children. That's something, again, that YouTube doesn't like. Everyone, almost every channel out there, they bleep those words out. We're free speech. This is a free speech platform here, and I encourage you to talk about whatever you want, you know. But yeah, localized democracy and a cooperative community. That's the only way forward. That is the only way forward. No, not socialism. No. Because you're still going to have a hierarchy of power-hungry bastards in socialism. You know, it doesn't. It's usually kind of one or two blokes in charge of making sure that everyone else works together in order to make sure that they can live a more fruitful and materialistic, happy life off the back of your hard work. Well, Lulu, I do think so. Definitely not socialism, a cooperative society, and so if you were to, so you would have tribalism, essentially, right? And each town would have an elected board of 12, right? And every year you get the opportunity to either vote one of them out that's representing your town. So you've got cities and then all the towns within the cities, and then you've got people representing those, you know, those communities. And I think tribalism, which will start with anarchism. We can't be free. We're not going to be free until we do the opposite of what they're doing. You know, it's almost along the lines of whatever the government's telling you to do the opposite. Right. I've just come up to, yeah, so not socialism, Lulu, just to clarify that, just tribalism and a cooperative community. So everyone's got something to throw into the mix, but without a dictator at the top, you know. Do you believe that humans can only go so far before we start over? As in, yes, I do, without reading the rest of that. As in, maybe the people really running the show, as it were, know there is a breaking point in society. Yeah, there's lots and lots of different perspectives on that, lots of different viewpoints, you know. So, for example, I do believe that I do believe that there has been some significant catastrophic events through human history, and it's been, you know, a handful of people each time that's kind of managed to make it through. I don't think we've ever gotten to this size of population before, but from listening to some very decent thinkers and getting their perspective on things, and then seeing how that kind of makes sense or doesn't make sense, and then listening to a few others, and you know, and so on and so forth. There are quite a few people that believe that this is our fourth return, but I don't think we've ever had a population this big, you know. But there have been natural disasters that have wiped out, you know, massive swathes of, you know, almost an extinction event. But whether this next extinction event is a solar flare, or you know, there's just quite a few, really. Natural. Oh yeah, right. So yeah, that was where I was headed. So we are overdue. So there are certain natural events that well, you know, the clues in the title, really, that we have these circular events that happen, right? So whether it's a significant one of the biggest thing that I think is on the minds and on the tongues of so many people in the prepping community. I think one of our biggest concerns isn't our government. Governments can be overthrown. They can. Been done so many times before, and there are a lot more of us now. Yeah, one of the again, this is a subject that I tend not to touch on very much because it is quite dark, you know. So the poles are shifting at quite an alarming rate, and yeah, in fact, I'll do just a really quick experiment. So imagine that this orange juice is, say, the Atlantic Ocean, right? And the poles flip. It's gone all over the Mac, all over the computer. Bear with me, just whilst you're processing that. Oh man, just my sense of humour, you know. And I was just going to say, I might as well say it now. I've wiped off worse from my keyboard, but that is a joke. I'm not one of them, you know. It should be sacred. So we're overdue for a pole flip. We're overdue for significant CMEs. And there are a lot of man-made issues that we've got today as well, and one of those being microplastics, what they're spraying in the air, what they've done to everyone, the 5G, 6G towers that have gone up. Yeah, there are lots and lots of these cycles that are actually converging, which is a very, very, very rare occurrence. And then there are, you know, you've got people that talk about the age of Aquarius, you know, basically the awakened mind. Now, you've got to admit, I know that we do struggle from time to time when we're looking about and we see people paying absolutely no attention. And, you know, we mentioned this and mentioned that. We get called far right. We get called conspiracy theorists, you know. And but yeah, anyway, there's only so much you can prepare for. And I'm trying to prepare for everything. Oh, my cursor's gone. Oh, it's all right. It's back. That would have been tricky. So yeah, Tracy 79, right? I believe that a lot was kind of, there's been so much information. I think people have been privy to an incoming disaster, and they've put loads and loads of information for future generations dotted around here, there, and everywhere. And a lot of these places have been, you know, found and taken over. But we are approaching some seriously concerning cycles. As many of the people really running the show, as it were, know there is a breaking point in society. Yeah, there is, and it's going to go one way or the other. You know, I think there's part of me that total and complete social upheaval, and a lot of passionate people that are on their knees and they've had enough, fighting back. And then that could be the point where they think, right, well, let's bring in the peacekeepers. Let's bring in our foreign UN, you know, to police the streets. But yeah, I do think that they know that something's coming. I mean, they've all got like unbelievable technology. But this technology is never shared with the layman or the laywoman. Never. It's just weaponized every single time. But yeah, so for example, the Sumerians and the Egyptians, for just to give two, and the Anunnaki, whatever they were. But I do think that there is a natural event coming, and I think one of the reasons why they're not really asked about sort of works in America are that I'm glitching quite a lot here. See me okay? Because I just seem to be. You see, I've got on the screen now. I've got my finger on my jaw, talking away. Oh, fucking hell! So yeah, I do think we've been here before, and before that, and before that. And it's very, very smart, very, very clever people that will have appeared, and you know, survivors and stuff. They all kind of meet up. They find each other, like we did, like we have. You know, it's the same principle. Coming together, you know, to unite for the greater good, but real good. You know, not their greater good, not their version of it. You know, their version of the greater good, to me, it's in the same sort of dirty, filthy bucket full of words like I've forgotten. This is what happens every now and then. I just go on a tangent and then I think about something else and then something else. But yeah, these people will have state-of-the-art air scrubbing technology in these massive bunkers. They'll have state-of-the-art hydroponics to grow perfect fruit and vegetables, with being able to absolutely maximize the amount of vitamin C, or the amount of what bananas got. Potassium and the list goes on. You know, they will have mastered the art, state-of-the-art growing systems underground, and sealed off from the rest of the world. So, and a lot of this technology came from the ISS, because they had to learn how to scrub air and recycle water to perfection, so that they could then implement that in their bunkers. I hope that makes sense. Women have a lot of sexual power, to be fair. Yeah, they do. Yeah. That little monster between your legs. Most blokes out there do anything to have a go at that. Mad. You see, women can pull anyone. They can. Women, if a woman wants a one-night stand, for example, she can go to the nearest bar, you know, or you know, whatever, and bring someone home with them within 20 minutes, half an hour. But there aren't that many morals involved with that. Humans can only go so far before we start over. It is a loop. It's almost like a loop, because the Earth has seasons like we do, but they're just drawn out over a very, very long time. And then you've got outside issues as well, outside pressures. You've got all of the solar winds and all the plasma, highly charged particles blasting the Earth every day, day in, day out, 24 hours a day, forever, you know. But it's only going to take one massive flare to temporarily strip a certain section of the Earth of its protected magnetosphere. And again, tying that cycle in with the cycle of the pole flips, you know, these are concerning things. But like I've said so many times before, you know, just take complete and total control over the things that you have control over, and then just keep battling forward and opening eyes, you know, and planting seeds. This reminds me of a Richard Vobes video that I was on a couple of days ago. I didn't see it, you know, and he had a woman on there that wanted to remain anonymous, Miss B or something like that. And we were so singing from the same hymn sheets. If you get a chance to watch that, I'd love to know who she was. I'd buy her a pint all day long. She was one of the original whistleblowers. And yeah. She's got Farage pinned, Ben Habib pinned, Tice. How difficult can that be, you know? Reeled a few off as being just full of shit. Where are we? Right, so women have a lot of sexual power, to be fair. Not true, there is a growing number of women who have been predators. No, I think generally speaking, I don't think women are predatory, you know? I mean, I've had, in the past, I've had a couple of stalkers that were mental, you know? And I'm sure that some of you guys have been stalked, you know, and it's not nice. It's not nice at all. But to the vast majority of men out there, right, their main goal is to get between your legs. It is. Men are so different to women. So different. I think women generally get more pleasure from the physical, just the actual physical side of it. Whereas, and this could apply to some women as well, but men can get turned on visually just from a video. Women don't generally do that, you know. Again, Venus, Mars, but we need each other. We connect, you know. We make each other whole. Where are we? But yeah, women do hold a lot of sexual power. They hold all of the sexual power, all of it. Welcome back, Lana. Good to see you again, lass. Yeah, I've missed a chunk out there. Hold on a minute. Let's get back into this. Ooh, there was a lot. Okay. Yeah, do you know what? Respect for the police, just going on that comment there, respect for the police is through the floor. You know, they are hated. And they're trying to come up with hate speech laws where it just go on an enhanced DBS, which would be a bastard for me if I applied to, you know, to teach art or to teach martial arts or to get a job in the care industry as a support worker. You know, they do enhanced DBS checks on you. And if it comes up, but we've also had this conversation before, right? It's going to get to the point where anyone with half a brain that, and that half a brain being quite critically thinking, Storm snoring. Yeah, so yeah, So going back to men, women, and that sexual power, you do hold that sexual power. You do, you know, but there are some horrible people out there that will take that power away from you, you know, and not that many of them are from this country. Anti-female, as in keeping them down. Look up Turquoise Nation. Oh, you've got me there again. Lily. Beautiful Lily. Do any of you guys take notes from these live streams, or is it just me? Iroquois. I've never heard of it. Has anyone else ever heard of this? UOIS. It's yeah, not something I'm familiar with. Okay. Anti-female, as in keeping them down. That's one of the things that I don't like about Islam, is the way they treat their women. And there was did anyone see this this female Muslim woman had one mugshot done. She broke the law. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what she'd done, but she broke the law. And the first mugshot was her, you know, face and blah blah blah. And the second mugshot that they took was just that. We live on a clown planet, which is why it's so important that you hold on to your sanity, you know, and your reasoning. They both go hand in hand. But yeah, that there's an ideology out there that, you know, it says you can beat your wife up, you know, and quite a few other things, and the prophet that they follow, and it's all very, very questionable, because it's unfortunately just, it's a cultural thing. It's literally built into their culture, you know, right or wrong, and it is wrong. That's just their traditions, and women that are born into that. I mean, can you imagine not knowing what the fuck your husband looks like until the day of your marriage? You know? And then there's the female genital mutilation thing. You know, I was trained to keep an eye out for stuff like that. And that's only from one ideology. Doesn't happen in any others. Men and women leaders, conference held, discussion, more space then. Yeah, I'll look into that, Lily. Thank you very much. Anti-females, as in keeping them down. Mr. Mensa, yes, and lots of anti-men policies now. Yeah, you see, that's another thing, you know. So when I went through the analogy earlier on of, like, say, 10 people going for a part to do an advert for some product, right? 10 people, and 9 of them were white and 1 of them was black. And if I was that black man and I just witnessed each one of these people, these white men, doing their thing to demonstrate their capabilities and explaining, giving answers to questions that are very, very complicated, you know, and yeah, so it's to do an advert. So maybe you got a little bit of experience with drama at school, you know, blah blah blah. Now, if I was that black man and I was watching all of these other 9 white men do what I'm about to do, I'm the last one, I'm about to do what they're doing, I've got to sell myself because I want the job, right? But you look at say 5 or 6 of these other white men that have gone for the job, and they were absolutely outstanding, right? And me, as that black person, will have seen that because I've sat through it. I've sat through every single audition, and them in comparison to me, fair enough. And then you get a tap on the shoulder. You've been chosen for the advert, love. But I've not said anything. I've not done. It's okay. It doesn't matter. You've got the job. Now, I'm not a black person, but if I was a black person, I'd be really, really fucked off with that, because I'm not being hired because of my skills. Even though they might have some, I'm just saying that's not the reason for the hire. It's all about diversity. It's all, and I'm all, for equality, as long as we all maintain a decent course through life, without going around doing damage to people. But yeah, if I was the last person at a, some sort of, they're advertising for someone to sell Gillette. I mean, Gillette. You remember the old Gillette adverts? The best a man can get. You don't hear that phrase anymore. The best a man can get. You don't hear that anymore. And I saw a Gillette advert, and it was 2 dads and 1 baby. They couldn't fucking resist it. They couldn't resist it. And the blokes that were the other blokes that were in it, I'm just going to fall behind. I'm so sorry. Men policies, yeah, right. So going back to Mr. Ben, my music teacher, he took our trophy, right? Because it was a nationwide competition, and he took that very substantial trophy and then went over and gave it to them. So yeah, if I was that black man and I'd not even auditioned yet, I'd just seen some Oscar-winning auditions for that ad. Not like you need that for an ad. So I'd be so pissed off if I was picked just because of the colour of my skin. I'd be so pissed off. But it continues, I've got, like I said, I was born into mixed race. I was the second oldest. My oldest sister, Rose, half Indian, my youngest sister, my nephew and my niece, both mixed race, So the whole mixed race thing doesn't bother me. What does bother me is that people are paying a TV license for proportionate representation, right? So if your country is, say, 90%, let's just say 90% straight white females or 90% straight white males, yeah? So I forgot what I was going to say. My brain's got a lot to say. It's got a lot to talk about, but my mouth can't keep up sometimes. But yeah, I would be pissed off if I'd been chosen for a part just based on the colour of my skin. I'd be so pissed off, you know, because there's no merit there, you know. You're not to prove yourself or anything like that. And yeah, the fact that proper, good, strong, middle-aged men that are, you know, relatively fit and healthy, are just not being represented. We're not being represented. It's disproportionate. You know, there aren't that many mixed race families out there that the mainstream media would have you believe. You know, it's a fucking shit show. It really is. Nuclear waste dumped into the sea. When was that, Mr. Mensa? It wouldn't surprise me. It's all about saving money. You know, they don't give a fuck. Whatever's at the top, the very, very peak of the actual tip of this pyramid of nut jobs, I would love to know what's there. Put a face to it. Yeah, there are lots of anti-men policies. And like I said, I'm not represented. In fact, I watched an advert earlier today, and then I watched the same advert yesterday because I couldn't fucking skip it, right? And it was, the whole thing, right, was mainly black people, right? And it was a British advert, and I can't remember what the advert was for, right? So you had like a significant, say the cast, because it was just like a cut to this person, a cut to that person, and then a cut to that person, and so on and so forth, yeah? So I was sat there thinking, right, here we go again, because I can't skip it. Got a black dude, then it skips to a black woman, then it skips to an Arabian, you know, Middle Eastern kind of guy, then a Chinese guy, and it's a disproportionate representation. In the BBC, for example, in their own manual, their own policies, is to be representational of the people, the different types of communities, the different religions and stuff that live in this country, and they're just not doing that, you know. On top of that, you know, the BBC, they got funded from that US aid. They got loads of funding from that. The BBC also got loads and loads of funding from Bill Gates, you know. And sometimes I feel like I'm getting somewhere with my dad, and then all of a sudden I just get we know that look, we recognize that look, don't we? Because we've seen it so many times. I'll leave it there, you know, that kind of fuck it. Nuclear waste, right? Okay, they lie. They want fear. I do not subscribe to the bullshit. Good. Fear is, I know I don't want to sound like a scratch record, you know, but some things just need to be going over again, even if it's just in brief. But fear is their biggest weapon against you. You know, even just them just being suggestive about something, just to increase and build up your fear. Just the suggestion of it. and I don't have fear. I have concerns. I'm a human, you know. Cut me, I'll bleed, you know. All I can hear is a licking. Storm. Sorry, darling. No wonder it was loud. She's right next to me. But yeah, don't give in to fear. Don't concede to fear ever, because that's one of the lowest levels of vibration for a human. You know, it's not good for us. So yeah, don't fear anything. Again, you know, there's lots and lots of things to be concerned about. Loads. You know, I could write them down on a brand new bog roll. But we just need to make sure that we take control and, well, just take control eventually, you know. But for now, making sure that we have our own coping mechanisms and knowing when to take time out and what to do when you do take time out. But don't allow fear into you. You know, again, if they started trying to smash my front door down now, I'd just jump into action. You know, I wouldn't just like, can you just hold on? I'll open the door. I'd probably do something like that just to give myself a bit of time. But even then, they probably, if it ever came to that, they would have done their research, their due diligence. But if it ever did happen, I would turn this laptop round so it's facing the front door whilst I go and get myself prepared. Hey, Ray. Yeah, the whole Viking thing. I am looking to maybe. I don't know. Do you know what? Considering I didn't have that, I've aged so much over the last 4 years. You know. Iroquois, the oldest form of representative democracy. Now that is interesting because that's how it should be, Lily. That's exactly how it should be. So many people think that if you're an anarchist, you're all about going around and just blowing shit up. You know, that could be part of it, you know, in order to get to where we should be as a society, you know, really healthy, functioning society, remove any bad elements out of it that can threaten that, which is going to mean a lot of boats, you know. But no fear. Just remember, the lawmakers didn't go to war. Separation of civilian and military rule. Yeah. Councils and, well, if you look at the Union Jack, that's a maritime law, a maritime flag. So that's their rules only apply to the ocean, to the sea. And that's based on our armadas, you know, our military. Councils made a clan and village chiefs didn't print money. Yeah, this is the way forward. It's the way forward. I'm telling you. The ideal situation at the end of all this would be for us to be living in a cooperative society and policing ourselves. So if we've got any absolute little wankers, you know, that are going around robbing granny, you know, or raping someone, we don't need the police. We can do all that by ourselves. We can. We just need to get organised. That's all we need to do. And it would be proportionate punishment. So if it was a man who had raped another woman, stick him in a room full of well-built gay bodybuilders, handcuffed, you know. But then I'm grouping homosexual bodybuilding men now, you know, like that's what they're into. But I don't know. Again, we need to get organised and then talk it through, you know, exchange ideas, bounce off each other. Pretty much what we're doing now, but on a level where it's going to benefit our community directly, you know. It's so doable. It's so doable. Hello, Lana. How much stuff you got left up there, Lana? And I mean, I was going to say, have you thoroughly checked to make sure there's no leaks? And as soon as I thought about saying that, even though I still said it, I knew that was just a stupid question because I know how thorough you are. Yeah, because you blamed the women for your wants. Who was that? Who was that aimed at Maria? Back in the chat, having another brew. Look out for that caffeine, Lana. Your sleeping patterns are already a little bit undesirable to you, although you've probably got a nice herbal tea. I bought a shitload of herbal teas. Shitload. So yeah, Lulu, only because you blamed the women for your wants. But no, I don't think any good, decent Western man would blame a woman for their wants, you know. A pop-up for a McAfee, however you want to spell it, to get protection on the laptop. And again, he was a good man, McAfee, because he spoke his mind, you know. He could see all of this because he was, you know, it was groundbreaking, really, in what he did. But yeah, he was just hunted like a dog. Just look into the Old Testament. It defined many sexual manipulating women. Yeah, they were called harlots, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I don't personally see women as predatory. I've not encountered that. I've encountered stalkers, and I've been in relationships where they've been quite violent. I'm not hanging around for that. You know, you punch me in the face, you're going to get a fucking slap. You know, not a punch. Well, there's just no need. There's no need. But I think generally women are they've got so much more of the good positive sides of humanity in women, you know, because they've got that there's a maternal instinct in there, mixed up with the fact that you don't really see the world through the eyes of a man, and you never will, and we'll never ever be able to see the world through your eyes either, you know. And again, this is why it's so it's so good and so important that we quash this whole fucking gender bollocks. Just either ignore it or fight it, you know. Either way, it needs to be dealt with. I don't know if anyone remembers me saying the whole gender thing. So there are apparently, well, according to what I've read, because I've read the papers of these studies, right? And I don't read, but this was, you know, really interesting. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. See, my head, 1,000 miles an hour. Mouth, 500 miles an hour. You do indeed have the right to offend. You do. You do. Look, there are people out there that will say words are spelling, the spells, you know. Whether that's true, whether that's not true is irrelevant. You should still be able to say whatever you want, you know. But it's only right that we don't go around just chucking racial slurs at people and slagging people off and insulting people, defaming people. It's unnecessary. You don't need to live like that. But if anyone's ever offended by something that you say, ever, it's on them. It's not on you. It's not on you. It's not your responsibility. It's theirs. They need to get a grip of their emotions, you know, and maybe even try and be the better person by saying, I don't agree with what you just said. I'll leave it there, you know, or come back with a counter argument, but still maintaining calm. So you're not kind of, or should you say, you're not stooping down to their level. Nah, you see that I do like the fact that because texts, again, 90% of communication is non-verbal. So there's no body language, no tone of voice, no eye contact, fuck all, nothing. But people in the chat get each other, you know. I love that. I love that. Not that keen on wine, but it does the job. It does, yeah. I think the highest strength red, because I like red wine. I'm a red wine man, you know. I do like red wine, and I use it in cooking as well. And they say if you're not prepared to drink it, don't put it in your food. So that's quite a dilemma to me, because I'm thinking, this glass, one glass left, and I've just started cooking up this beef dish or whatever, and this would go really nice, and it will go in, you know. Love the fuzzy feeling, red. Yeah, so it can. A lot of people get flushes. My dad does. He got them really bad. Yeah, lobsters on South Beach, man. Oh dear. Right. Feeling very mellow. I'm glad that you are, Michael. Leaving work at last. I'll be listening on the drive home. Oh, that's lovely, Lily. That's lovely. Just I'll try not to shout or get very frantic, because I don't want to affect your ability to drive, you know. Yeah, you know, going back to Neil Ward McCoy or McCoy Neil, you know who I'm on about. Yeah, going back to him walking around California, and I think his missus, because if you look at Neil and you think, he was in the army. I think he served at least a decade. And he was ranked as well. But taking that into account, he's not very masculine, is he? Neil McAward. He's not very masculine, His missus is, she's quite pretty. I wonder why she's with him. And that's another thing that pisses me off about him, is the fact that he's got a fucking mansion, and then he's selling all of his courses off to desperate people who will probably fuck it up because they're just desperate, and it's probably not all it's cracked up to be, So the sale of his courses and the fact that he's got a mansion and he's got businesses all over the world that he travels to, we know why his missus is with him. And on top of the fact, or maybe not, because he does seem like a nice chap, but the fact that he's got this kind of, the little heart with a $sign or whatever it is, and then it says thanks over the top. It's quite disappointing to see stuff like that. He should be putting this information out for free. Sell your courses. People have got, they'll make their own minds up whether or not it's going to work for them. But don't put your begging bowl out, mate, to people that have got fuck all whilst you're living in a castle on the Isle of Wight or the Isle of Man or whatever it is. Shit like that irritates me. Neil McCoy Ward, that's the one. Yeah, cheers, Lana. I don't know what your thoughts are on what I've just said about him. I don't miss any of his videos, but I'm just disappointed that he's got this little heart there with a $sign in it saying thanks. It's like, fuck me, mate. You're a multi-millionaire. Don't ask for anything from the people that are subscribed to your channel. Don't ask for a penny, and you'll be respected more for it. I think if you were honest, something I have said tonight you have found irritating, hence the call out about me being ridiculous. So just be honest instead of cryptic. Lulu, try not to overread. Don't kind of overthink stuff. It could have been and was quite possibly just a misunderstanding. Like I said, there's no eye contact, tone of voice, body language, none of that. It's just letters on a screen. That's all it is. At the point of whatever that person said to you in real life, if they were with you in your company, they'd probably just give you a quick nudge and just go, just having a joke, having a bit of a laugh. No one here is setting out to offend anybody, because we're not like that, and we need to make sure we stay that way. We can discuss each other's differences, but there's no need to fall out. Yeah, Neil, he is, like I said, I watch every single one of his videos. I just wish that he wouldn't be asking for his subscribers, and I think a massive chunk of them. But then it's down to them whether or not they decide to, I'll send him a $5. I'll send him a $10, because of the quality of his channel. One of life's pleasures, finishing work for the day. It is. Yeah. But then I think one of the traps that a lot of people across the West have fallen into is to get back from work, and it's usually a job that's either quite demanding or which keeps you on your toes, or it's so incredibly unforgiving, mundane, dull. Your boss is a wanker. You can't see the point in what you're doing as a job. So when you finally do get home, you'll either grab a beer out the fridge or make a ginger and lemon tea or whatever, and then go and sit down and just put the TV on and just sit there and mong all night because you're still winding down from the monotony or the chaos that you've just ensued during the day. So yeah, I do think so yeah, if you do, I mean, the vast majority of jobs that I've had have been punishing, but I've loved them, you know, because you can see change. You can see change, you know, especially in these young uns. Working for MenCap, you're very limited, very limited. There was a ceiling, and you could only teach them so many skills with learning disabilities and try and get them to kind of live as independently as possible. Yeah. I forgot where I was going with that. I might come back in a minute. Well, it jumps a little bit. Alex Belfield, when's he coming back out? Can you imagine him coming out with like a bandana, like a long beard like this, buffed up to fuck, teardrop eyes, like teardrop tattoos coming from his eyes. That's not happening with Belfield. Again, he took on too much. He took on too much. His channel grew very, very quickly, and before you knew it, it wasn't able to try and keep it in a cage, you know. So it'd get people doing phone-ins live. I mean, I would do a phone-in live, and it is in the pipeline. I just need to get this car out of the way first. It's just expense after expense after expense after expense. Get the car out of the way first, and then right, hold on. Yeah. So leaving work and coming home, so many people will just sit down and then just stick the TV on and just try and unwind and relax. And that was what I used to do when I was working in the kids' homes, because it was just chaos, just absolute chaos. From the moment you've got there to the moment you finally get home, if you're lucky enough to be taken off shift, because they don't want to do the shift either. So I used to come home and just stare at the fish in the pond and then come in and chill with Sal. And that was it. I'd be so mentally exhausted that I'd just be sat there. So the TV's on, but I'm only actually looking that far, you know? And that's when your physical fitness starts to take a big hit. And if you can get back on top of, or get on top of being physically fit, you know, making yourself sweat. And then when you feel like you've had enough, give yourself another minute. When you've had enough, then give yourself another 2 minutes. And by the time you are so fucked, right, the endorphins kick in, and they make you want to do that all over again. Maybe not immediately following night. Once you start to feel that feeling, those endorphins, you know. Plus, if you do like kickboxing or martial arts, you're keeping fit whilst learning a skill that could save your life. You know, it's a win-win. But yeah, so many people just come home from work, they're knackered out, they sit back. So they've gone from maybe being sat at a computer all day with a twat of a boss, stressing them out, victimizing them, to then going home to peace. So going from being sat down at work and stressed to coming home, beer or brew, you know? But the whole kind of just monging out in a chair because you've had an exhausting shift. Get training. Honestly, you'll never regret it. You see, if it wasn't so cheesy and inappropriate, I'd take my top off and show you what I look like underneath these clothes. You know, I've not got a body of a 52-year-old man. But when I get into something that I really love, whether that be a sport, a job, or even a woman, you know, I give it 110%. But yeah, I'm glad you've finished work, Michael, or Lily. Yeah, I think you was a bit of a conversation going on there. I am not going to bite. Thank you. Good on you, Maria. And Lulu, come on, lass. I don't know which bit you agreed with, Lana, because I just waffled on for about 20 minutes then, and trying to make a point that I think I reached in the end. But I do like to go out the front door, right round the houses, back to my front door, then back out, and then all the way around the town, and then back on myself, just to make a simple 5-10 second point. You know, it frustrates the shit out of me, but there's nothing I can do about it, because it wasn't a hook in at all. It was genuine, curious question. Alex Belfield is making a return soon too, I saw. Will be interesting. Is he due out then? He didn't get it. He got less than 4 years, didn't he? Was it less than 4 years? So you do half. I don't know. I can't remember when he got sent down. But hopefully he'll come out all gangster. You know, I'd love to see a gangster version of Alex Belfield. Fucking hell, that would be the highlight of my day. Watching one of his videos pop up and going and sat there like that. All right, then. So what's going on? Another war and another war. Fuck them. They don't know what war is. Can you imagine Alex Belfield being like that? He's definitely going to be different when he comes out, because he's not the kind of guy that's cut out for jail. You know, he could even come out as a convert. He could, if the pressure was put on him that much. Who knows? watched him during lockdown. Yeah, he was a, well, I was going to say he was a voice of reason, but that was the name of his channel. Alex Belfield. I did used to call him Alex Bellend. You know, I did. I'm just being honest. Alex Belfield's voice of reason. Let me know if I was right about that. Tracy 78. Yeah, I did. It was quite a break from all that COVID crap. Yeah, it was. Yeah, we all needed a little bit of escapism here and there, because it was just relentless. You know, you got three absolute fucking clowns, you know, up on three separate podiums, telling the sheeple what they should be doing next. And again, if you look back, please look back. When this crisis was at its absolute worst, right? Not one of those single Nightingale beds was taken up. Not one, at the cost of billions. Again, sharing out the taxpayers' money amongst each other in the Commons and in the Lords, you know. I've forgotten my point. I do get like this sometimes. You have to bear with me. Ave Maria. Yeah, it was a very, very, very rewarding job, you know. Getting people to, but I never worked with it. Mine was visiting support, so it was community based. So I never did, like, I did do sleepovers from here and there, just to get a little bit of overtime in. But generally I was community based, just going to people's houses who were semi-independent. You just needed a little bit of extra help with the bills and that, you know, teaching them some cooking skills and a shitload of paperwork. So I've never worked with anyone that was kind of, you know, seriously disabled to the point where you're having to do personal care, you know, cleaning the arse of another adult. It's not for me. It's not what I signed up for. I signed up for a specific post, and that post was to work in the community with adults with learning disabilities that needed a bit of extra help. That was the post that was available. That was what I applied for. As soon as you're in there, it doesn't take them long. It doesn't take them long sometimes to, well, it does say in your contract, Terry, you know. And I'm thinking, well, I don't want to do sleep-ins. It does say that in your contract as well, love, you know. But yeah, I felt like I was quite restricted because there's only you see, I don't really like the term disabled, because it means you've literally disabled it. It's no longer functional. It will no longer function because it's been disabled. It's been turned off. Whereas I've never worked with anyone like that. So the whole disabled thing is probably, you know, I think it could do with maybe picking a better word than disabled, you know. Although they've probably got 1,001s now, you know, different ones. He's out June. Right. Wow. I have also worked. Yeah. It was challenging, but yeah. So yeah, basically, I was quite limited as to what I could teach them. You know, I was limited as to what skills I could get them to adopt to make them even more and more independent, when they would never be fully independent. You know, a lot of these people were of a certain age to the point where they'd experience the kind of institutionalization, you know, which was where, yeah, they weren't treated well, you know. But MenCap, I'll give them the dues. The training is second to none. The work conditions are great. The pay shit. When I first started working for MenCap, the pay was well above average, but then it never went up, you know, not really. The managers did. So I just thought to myself, because I did go to apply to work in a kids' home about 3 or 4 years prior to me finally applying and then handing my notice in. But that I think I did a couple of little shadowing shifts there, and I didn't even put it down for me to be paid, you know. It was just absolute chaos. And at the time, I wasn't really in a I wasn't the happiest of chappies. All this shit had happened, you know. So then I started working in kids' homes, and yeah, it was absolutely exhausting. But I was respected by all these young people, all of them, you know. They'd start off like, "In it, fam?" Yeah, like, "Oh man." So last night I went to score a draw in it. But then within 5 minutes of just getting him away from everyone else and talking to him, they're like, "Yeah, Terry, yeah, it was. I did have quite a good day today at school. It was all right, you know." Completely different persona. It was the quiet ones you had to watch, and some of them were quite volatile as well. And one of them, I gave him a shirt, a proper vintage 1970s shirt, and he was a massive Northern Soul fan, and the BBC did a documentary on him. And on this documentary, he was wearing the shirt I gave him, a shirt that my dad gave to me, you know, for Northern Souls, you know, they were the original ravers. He's done 2 years and done his bird. That's proper jail talk, that is, Lulu. So in my opinion, he's got one on us lot. Well, you know, I was going to, this is another thing that I was going to mention earlier on, is that I do believe that most, if not all of you, do trust me. And you can, you know. I've always been straight. I've always been honest. I'm not always right, you know. But if I'm aware of a fuck up that I've made or said, I'll own up to it. I will. But I mean, if you'd have known right from the early days of the channel, you know, nearly 5 years ago, if I'd have turned around to you and said that I'd actually been arrested, well, I've been arrested a lot of times, but two very specific ones is possession with intent. So 2 counts on 2 separate occasions, 2 separate arrestable offences on different dates. So if I turn round to you, or let me give you, in fact, this is a perfect example, because I mentioned Andrew Bridgen to someone, right? And she's a lovely lady. I don't know what her real name is, but it's something Granny. But she's part of our little tribe, you know. And she'll just get into the comment section, and she was slating Andrew Bridgen Then I started to do a little bit of a deep dive, and she pointed out some facts, you know. But the point I'm trying to make is that he might have fucked up a little bit here and a little bit there in the past, or did he? You know. But I was going to say that leopards can and do change their spots. But even back then, I wasn't a bad guy, you know. I never sold heroin or crack. Never. Because I had a moral compass, you know. These were safe, recreational boosts. Let's call them that. And then stuff to help to bring people back down comfortably again, you know. So I wasn't immoral, and yeah, I went to jail for that. But if you'd have known about that right from the start, would that not have tarnished your perspective on me? You know. Every winter there is a crisis. Yeah, they just want them out. They just want them out. Let me go up a little bit. Right. He took the consequences and has done more Bird than Robinson. Yeah. But again, you can look at Robinson and you can, yeah, again, there's stuff that I'm hearing and stuff that I'm thinking, and you know, the whole Zionism thing. Anyway, that's a chat for another night. He'll come out a stronger person, more rounded, and that's only a good thing. But yeah, I've got yeah, that's a conversation for another. Since 2000, 60,000 hospital beds have gone. That's why every winter there is a crisis. Wow, I didn't know that, Mr. Men. So that is a significant amount of beds. I mean, where did they go, and what happened to the space that those beds were taking up? Again, this is all down to them trying to get us. It squeezes into a bottleneck where there's just pressure and they're just pushing us through. And yeah, you see, when I said to you guys that I didn't believe that SARS-CoV-19 ever existed, I can give you I can put my argument forward to you, right? And then you make of it what you will. Okay. So first of all, I wasn't seeing anyone else, you know, and they just happened to kick this all off at the start of the cold and flu season in 2019, you know. So all of the people that were taken into hospital with the flu or whatever, they were then sent back, and some of these people were sent back to nursing homes. Now, and then the inevitable DNR notices up the foot of every single bed, you know, and if it wasn't for a few eagle-eyed relatives, then that you know, a lot of these people would still be alive today. But yeah, I mean, whilst we were, well, not me and Sal, but we did see, what's that fucking noise? And we'd look out the window and got loads of people leaning out the bedroom top, first floor, leaning out the bedroom with a pan and a wooden thingamajig. And you were doing that whilst the staff at the hospitals were mastering highly choreographed, in some cases, highly choreographed dance routines when they should have been rushed off their feet with all of these people that have got these that are dying. They're all dying, So how come you've got the time to do these fucking TikTok dances? And some of them very, very intricate, because they were bored. The hospitals were empty. And they stayed empty pretty much, until that. Then all of a sudden there are illnesses everywhere. So yeah, me and Sal, we were not the demented, and no offense to you guys, again, it's never intended to offend. Get offended, it's on you, not me, but we didn't do the whole pan banging thing, thanking the NHS. And there was a few occasions where people with the little lanyard, like, I'm an essential worker, move aside, Q, be gone, Q, be gone, I need to get this prawn salad fucking meal deal and get to work at home, where we just sat there twiddling our thumbs because there's nothing to do, So take that into account, just that one aspect alone that I've just gone through, right? Take that into account. Then take into account that the flu, for the first time in human history, disappeared. So anyone that was ill with flu-like symptoms, it wasn't the flu. Oh no, it couldn't be the flu because the flu was gone. It is flying away, This must be something else. This must be the COVID, Oh, man. And then the PCR, the PCR testing, right? So I was aware of Kerry Mullis and his missus, and I got to find out a bit about these this testing system, this prize-winning, highly intelligent man, right, and his wife both died within, I think it was a month or 2 months of each other, both of pneumonia. The one person, or the two people, because his wife was very, very switched on, and she knew what was what, she understood this field, right? So the world would have known that, coming from the guy who invented the PCR test, that would not work well with this narrative. Let's get rid of them, right? So we can push this narrative. And then the PCR tests, as Kerry Mullis would say, before he died, if you put it through enough cycles, it'll find something. It'll find something. It will find something, even though that something is just completely benign and normal and insignificant. If you run it through enough cycles, right? So as far as I'm concerned, that testing system with these swabs that were like that fucking long, I believe that the purpose of them was to break the blood-brain barrier. So if you end up with a compromised blood-brain barrier and then you keep going for your boosters, blah, 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 then all of this is circulating into your brain as well, which could and maybe will affect your cognitive skills and emotional management. We're seeing lots and lots and lots of examples all around the world at the moment where people are just losing their shit for no reason, which is not a good thing in America, because there are quite a few states that, you can have an open carry license. So if someone's just, I don't know, banged into their trolley car or whatever, and people all over the West are really, really struggling right now. Many of them because they just don't understand what's happening, But then you've got the people that do, and I think the people that do understand what's happening have got more of an emotional challenge than someone or people that have got no idea whatsoever. They'll just put it down to depression, go and see the doctor, get some pills, get some mild sedatives. Whereas us, we've stuck this shit out. Menza, is that the only reason? By the way, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that either, Lou. Yeah. That's but again, these Nightingale wars, they cost billions, right? But it's like all of these other things that we're finding out about, sending a couple of million over for diversity training, or sending X amount of billions over to Ukraine, and then sending loads of weaponry out there. And now the talk of sending our own troops in, cannon fodder. And my dad says, they're just there for peacekeeping. That's all. Oh, really? It's never going to stay like that. If you've got, we've got a relatively small army for our country, but as part of NATO, we do carry some weight size-wise. But then, even having said that, if you go back, 200 years ago, 250 years ago, we ruled over 25% of the planet. So going back to SARS, COVID-19, right? So Kerry Mullison and his missus died, right? The Nightingale wards were open but completely unused. Again, that's politicians siphoning enough money to line each other's pockets. You know, the level of corruption that we've got, and many other countries have got now, is off the fucking charts. Then you've got the flu disappearing. Then you've got the TikTok dance routines that were all over the country. But the fifth and the most important one of all, in my opinion, is the fact that they say, right, so they say the traditional flu jab. I'm just trying to give you an example and then I'll move on, right? And I'll elaborate, right? So the flu jab. The original flu vaccination, according to standard practice, was to isolate the actual virus itself. So it's in its purest form, right? Then you replicate that and then you put it in very, very small amounts into the human body. And then the body, it kickstarts an immune response. You know, it kickstarts your body fighting the flu virus, right? Now, that's never, ever, ever, ever. Feel free to look in as many sources that you want. Go for it. Fill your boots. SARS-CoV-19 as a virus. I had to look over to see the size of, like I can measure it. It's never ever been isolated. It's never been isolated in order for them to come up with a tradition, in the traditional sense, a vaccine. So in 2020, there was a genuine post put out that went it did go a little bit viral, you know, in and amongst people like us, you know, to the NPCs, the meat robots. They wouldn't make that connection. They wouldn't make that click, you know. But it was all extremely obvious to me, you know, because they were still using the term vaccination when that is absolutely not what these jabs are, you know. And then they try to alter the definition of what a vaccine is. And I will say, and again, this is a public live chat. Anyone from anywhere can just join in now, right? I am an anti-vaxxer. I am, you know. I'm very honest and I'm very forthright. That's it. I'm an anti-vaxxer. I'm anti-establishment, and I am an anarchist. But I say it with pride, because I'm sick of all the bullshit, and I can just see so much now, so much, and it's just so kind of in frame, you know, to the point where it's like, well, not in flame, no, in frame. That's probably the shittiest description that I could have given. It's like I've got a 360-degree view of what's happening on a daily basis. And I know that some of you guys are like that too, you know. But yeah, the way forward, Lulu, is not socialism. It's cooperatism and decentralized government. Decentralized, so that it's done on a local level. Because we don't want anyone too high up, you know. I mean, when I first heard the name Andy Burnham, right, I was curious, because a white man taking over a very, very big city like that, I did a little bit of deep digging on the guy, you know, because I had nothing but negative feelings about this guy. My gut was telling me he's a fucking wrong'un. He's a wrong'un. And that's pretty much come out in the wash, that he is an absolute wanker and corrupt, unbelievably corrupt. But you know, because he's got this quite almost like a youthful kind of boy, but man-child. Let's call him a man-child, right? So people would just look at him and think, yeah, he's definitely one of us, you know. He's got our interests at heart. As if fuck. Again, it's going back to all of these, not all of them, but the absolute vast majority of politicians have got their price, you know. I'll just push this piece of paper over to you and see what you can do, which is external lobbying, which is illegal, you know. Lobbying should occur inside the lobby of the House of Commons. So this guy looked the part, sounded the part, and again, I revert back to so many times I've said this. He talks the talk. You know, people who can talk the talk, they don't need scripts in front of them because they talk the talk, because they're psychopaths and narcissists and sociopaths. They talk the talk, you know, that's all they do though. And if I had a quid for every time I've said in live streams and some of my other videos, if I had £1 for every single time no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right, where are we? Oh, I've fallen behind. I do apologise. My Mensa, is that the only reason? Mensa, is that the only reason? Right, this is going to jump up with loads and loads. I'll try and get through them without taking this past. I don't want to go past. I don't want to go past 5 hours. That'll take us. Oh, fucking! That's one in the morning already. These live streams, they just go. They go like that, you know. And plus, everyone's interacting. You know, they just go, just flies. And on a side note, right? So I took the girls out for it. Just bear with me, right? Because this was yesterday, right? So I thought I'll take the girls out for a walk. Got them strapped up, got them harnessed up, and off I went, right? And I've never known in all the times I've taken the girls out on a walk down that path, right? I've never known anything like it. It was dog owner after dog's owner after dog's owner after dog owner after. It was relentless. So I couldn't let them off their lead. And then so the first person, just bear with me, this was yesterday, right? So the first woman, I'm approaching, she's probably about, I don't know, 200 yards away, something like that, on a phone. She's clocked me and the girls, so she thought, I'll take them down the bank, you know, so I'm out the way, right? So I can carry on with this phone call. Bad idea. Harness your fucking dogs up if you see someone else harnessing their dogs up, right? So she didn't, and these were two border terriers as well. And border terriers, they've got balls of steel. They just want to fucking go. It's like, what do you mean I'm little? What do you mean I'm little? Fucking bastard. Come on, let's have you. You know, border terriers are like that. And they were running around, and I just said, if you don't get your dogs on their lead now, I'm going to let go of my lead, and Storm's going to eat both of your dogs. If you see someone putting their dogs on a lead, you put your fucking dogs on a lead to avoid this, you know? And I called her a retard. I did get a little bit carried away, but I was so pissed off at just the utter lack of common sense that I see on a fucking daily basis everywhere I go. So then I managed to get past. There were people, you know, that did put their dogs on the lead, and then I'm more than happy to take them down the bank and maybe slip and land on my arse in the mud, because I know it's my girls that have got the problem. Most other people's dogs, they just want to play and have a sniff around, you know. So I'll go out of my way because I know that my girls are the problem generally, right? And then Annie, she called me and said, what's the crap with the car? What's going on with the car? And as I was talking to her, by the way, it started spitting when I'd left with the girls, just started spitting. By the time I got out there, right, and 3/4 of the way down to the point where I got past all of these dog owners, and then Annie called me and I started talking to her on the phone, and it was just fucking silencing it down. And it was that fine, that really fine stuff, you know. You don't actually feel the raindrops because it's just that they're so small and yeah, just constant. So I was drenched through. I had my phone out, and then it started to go all funny on me. The phone started to go all funny on me, and I was putting that down to water damage because I had a slight crack in my screen, you know. So I was putting it down to that. And then Annie felt really bad. Just bear with me. Annie felt really, really bad for calling me. And I just said, look, I'm a grown-ass adult, you know. This is on me, not you. You haven't fucked my phone up. I have. What I should have done was maybe waited until I got home and then give you a call, see what the crack is, you know. But I didn't. So it was on me. And that's I am the reason why I've had to shell out 110 quid just for a new screen for my phone. So then me and Annie had finished our chat because I think she could tell that on the kind of the return route back home again, after dogs, and stupid owners. On the way back, I got them on their harnesses and stuff, and then we started walking back home. And I live on the right hand side, and there was a van parked upon the road, and Malcolm, who's one of my neighbours, his wife's also called Sally, and the first sympathy, sorry for your loss card came from them. You know, I don't know how they knew, but yeah, and they're just a lovely couple. and I see him out with his spaniel all the time. You know, he fucking loves that dog. The van was there, parked on the right hand side of the road, on the same side as me as I was approaching home, and I saw Malcolm coming across the road. So I was thinking he obviously wants to talk to me about something, because he doesn't normally do that, you know. And so when I finally kind of we approached him, he made a bit of a fuss of the girls and that. And I noticed that his eyes were really, really puffy and red. And he just said, I just had to put my best friend down yesterday. And it's messed me up. It's messed me up, you know. So I was having the washer had conked out on me that day, right? So the washer, I can't wash anything, so I couldn't get my uniform washed. I couldn't get my uniform out of the washer because it had locked. So I didn't go training, you know. So it was a little bit of a fuck up of a day, to be fair. And then only to be for him to turn around and tell me he'd lost his dog. And because I love my girls, you know, I'm an empath, you know. So I was feeling his pain. I was feeling it. So we were stood out again in the pouring rain. But at that moment, it didn't really matter about the rain. It didn't. And so I ended up, hello, Sal Misra. So I ended up going in and recomposing myself, unstrapping the girls, making sure they couldn't get in the front room where it's all cream carpets and they're all muddied up to fuck. And then I went round to my local shop and bought a sympathy card, a pack of 4 beers for Malcolm, and a bunch of tulips for Sally. And then went back over there, and he was doing some DIY, some cutting on like a workbench. And I shouted him, I got his attention, and I just said, I was choking because I was feeling it, you know. And yeah, he just said, "Oh, you shouldn't have," and that was it. And he's a proper man, you know, one that would go all out to completely and totally mask his emotions, and that just set him off again, you know. And yeah, so it's probably one of the most annoying yet impactful walks with the girls that I've ever done. But another good thing that came out of that is the fact that, and it was not premeditated. This thought came to me afterwards. Is that random act of kindness of taking that card, those flowers, and a 4-pack of speckled hen round to them. I know for a fact, 100%, that I've got at least 2 separate neighbours, 2 separate households that I know I can count on when the shit hits the fan, you know. And whether that be the initial kind of promoting all of these illegal invaders, and presenting them with UN uniforms and blue helmets and Hummers and whatever, you know. Oh, what was the R word? What did I say? Lulu, tell me again, because I want to know what the R word is. because I can't think of a single bad word. The outrider will you put Terry in timeout? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, that is true. Is it a rare commodity? I've lost the thread on that. So again, run it by me again, Maria. Where are you from? Because you just said morning. You know, it's coming up to 1:15 in the morning here. So, yeah, I suppose, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so yeah, and I've got cover for my washer, my dryer, and my fridge. If any of them fuck up, I can make a quick call. It's not a massive cost per month, and they'll come out, and if they can't repair it, they'll replace it, right? So I contacted them saying, my uniform's in the wash, blah blah blah, and when can you come out? Because and they said, right, well, the earliest we can get you is the 10th of March, which at the time was pretty much 3 weeks. So I just turned around to them and said, right, look, just put me through to your cancellation department, because it was this ridiculous the last time around. Put me through to your cancellation department, and I want to end this now. All of a sudden, I've got someone coming tomorrow. Sometimes you need to just get stuck in, right? Mean every fucking word that you say, right? And don't back down. And you'd be amazed at how they'll kind of maneuver around you and try and keep you as a customer. More now than ever. Because employers and companies all over the West right now are really, 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 really struggling. So reputation and goodwill is paramount between the provider and the customer in whatever form that comes in. Sorry, I just joined. Hope everyone is doing well. Hey, Tony, never too late, brother. Never too late. Good to have you. Good to have you back. You've not really missed much apart from me just completely and totally taking over the fucking live stream and not giving a chance for anyone to get a word in edgeways. Let me just get another drink. As Bob Marley would say, total rehydration. Oh my God, Bob Marley would never have said that. Again, another lovely man. Tonight. I've not had the heating on for 2 days. Look at that. Right, so you know when you fancy some chocolate, what your brain's expecting and what your taste buds are expecting and what you get, very, very different. I don't. Is that a racist brand? Right, so that's chocolate from 100% cocoa. So it's 100. No, nothing's been added to it. Nothing, you know, and it's really, really good for you. So yeah, just in case you want to look it up, that's what it's called. Yeah, it's not mega cheap, but you get what you pay for, just like anything else, you know. I've not been in touch with the guy who sold me the car, because I know I'll lose my shit with him, you know, and we'll get nowhere. But I do believe that it's something very, very similar to this that he would have plugged into that car on my driveway. Not whilst it's on my driveway, when it was near where he lived. He would have plugged that in and then reset all of the faults temporarily, so that in a test drive, everything looks absolutely fine. You know? So I'll know. I did want to go to the caravan this weekend just to recharge, because all I'm seeing is corruption and a lot of very, very naive, gullible people everywhere. And I just felt a desperate need to escape from all that. But I don't trust the brakes on that car until I've got it looked at properly on Monday, you know. Lily, you did snore, sweetheart. I'm sorry, you did. We could feel it from over here, you know. So fuck knows what your neighbours were thinking. Sweltermate. Oh, Hill, I can't do anything to be the El Strapo of an electricity surge. Whew, I have absolutely no idea what that comment means, but I think I'm probably having a thick day. You know when you've had one of those like a succession of days where you feel like you're being ambushed, you know. But I'm fairly sure, Swelter mate, that everyone else will probably understand your comment. It's just me, so I do apologise, my friend. Where do you hail from? Because I don't recognise your username. Are you new to our little family? If you are, welcome. Got a lovely bunch here. Really, really lovely people. Who owns Guinness now? I don't know, but I've stopped drinking Guinness now. I know that they are putting stuff into alcoholic beverages now. You know, they're just coming at us from all angles, and we just need to be ready. And as long as there are people out there that are informing us, and as long as we have the freedom to go cross-platform to kind of get more information from other places, just to build up a constant picture as we move along, picture in our head of what's actually happening, that gives us the opportunity then to prepare, you know. So yeah, I don't know, Lily, who owns Guinness now without having a look. But I was always partial to a pint of Guinness. I'm not a particularly patient man. Not really. Unless it comes to art and yeah, there's a few little exceptions, but generally speaking, I'm not a patient man. But a pint of Guinness to me was well worth the wait for it to settle. You know, I loved Guinness, but now I don't know. I'm going to be doing a little bit of research into that. Salmistra, I felt quite low all week, not sure why. Maybe the lack of sun and warmth, fed up of dark nights now too. Well, I've just when I went out for a walk with the girls today, I spotted snowdrops, I spotted crocuses. You know, these are all indicative of spring. It's about to spring, you know. So don't allow yourself to get down, Salmistra. Maybe get some really high strength vitamin D supplements, or I could reel off a list of things that might help you. But yeah, we all struggle from the lack of sun in this hemisphere. All of us do, which is why we have to take supplements. But then there were also lots and lots of organic foods out there that we could get vitamin D from as well during the winter. But it's just everything's just become more and more difficult to acquire. Like I said, I was going to start making my own sauerkraut tonight. And so before I picked up my phone, my repaired phone with a new screen, I thought I'll go beyond there and head towards Beeston and go to my usual farm shop. And it's been turned into a gym. It was never busy in there. And I think that could be down to the price of the food that they were selling. Everyone's on a shoestring, you know. Right. Been trolling for a while now. He's not making any sense at all. The algae needs to hear us. Is it you? And one day but everything was. There's a lot of stuff here that's not making any sense to me. Is it because it's late? A hairy fart. I mean, what the fuck is a hairy fart anyway? Clean up on aisle 7. Very appropriate there, Lily. I don't recognise the username, but it could be. Was thwarted, then it will see a big splash art. Yes, I take vitamin D. Good, Salmistra. Yeah, whatever you can take to help. And is it vitamin K that helps your body to absorb it? But I've not researched it, but I'm thinking maybe it's possible that black pepper might even be able to help. I don't know. Again, you know, biology wasn't my forte at school. But I'm just thinking of the fact that I take so many supplements that need to be taken with black pepper. So, but I think it's vitamin K helps to get it into your system and make it do its thing. You know, vitamin D. This is why so many, when they say, "Oh, it's cold season, it's flu season," it's because we're all deficient. That's it. As long as if we can start to put if we can start to put measures in place to mitigate that, then the chances of you getting a cold or getting the flu or anything like that is minimalized. But it is difficult to live healthily in this, this zone, this hemisphere. Vitamin D and vitamin C, absolutely, when you go into the colder months, vitamin C and vitamin D are absolutely essential, and they can help with you mentally and physically. So mentally, they keep you perked up, like you do when you go for a nice walk in the sun, or do a bit of sunbathing or whatever. That nice chilled out feeling that you get. So if you've got to get that, via supplements, then so be it. But just get a very, very high strength one, really high. And then when spring kicks in, just cut it down. And then when summer's here, cut it out completely. And then make sure you're restocked up for the following winter. Because all of these little things, if we're feeling run down, right, physically and mentally, then we're not going to be operating on all cylinders, and we need to be operating on all cylinders more now than ever. Especially, trying to, when it comes to trying to gauge and scrutinize these politicians. And again, especially the Trump administration, because it's got the MAGA and the MAHA hordes having a wet dream when these people have got no idea what they're fucking dealing with. No idea. A conversation from Monty Python. I love Monty Python. Best of British. Most of them are awake, because they were quite political, really, and there's been nothing like them since. They're unmatched. Is it a conversation from Monty? Yeah. So it is not making any sense to me either. Right. Yes, I have turmeric and black pepper too. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Sam Masra, if you can add that turmeric, that black pepper, some honey, and some sort of fruit juice if you've got some, and make a little tea, make a little tea, and it will lift you up, because sometimes you can be sat there drinking, and you can have a brew. We're British. We all have a brew, right? Cup of tea. And I enjoy a cup of tea. I drink fucking gallons of tea every day, right? But every now and then, you'll drink something where you're just thinking, I really needed this. There's something that's sort of telling you, something that's like an instinct. I really needed this, And that won't be a cup of tea. It'll be something, little concoction that you've put together yourself, as opposed to a mass-produced tea making corporation. You've knocked up a beverage that almost instinctively is gonna benefit you and make you feel better. Society's lost so many of these innate senses. And I find that quite sad, but I do believe it's temporary. Everything is temporary. Right, where was I? I blocked it, so at least I could, so that at least I don't have to see it, its comments. Right. Okay. A lot of cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is amazing. Yeah, it is. I think I bought some in. I'm just wondering about how I can make that into add stuff to it to make it into another supplement, you know, because I know that that cayenne is anti-cancer. And this is another thing, guys. We need to make sure that we keep reminding ourselves that it's gone from like probably, I don't know, one in 100, you know, during the war, maybe 1 in 100. I don't know, maybe even more. To then, say 10 years ago, 1 in 3. To now being 1 in 2. So whatever we can do, whatever you can do, thanks for whoever sent those little love arts up. Very sweet, very, very, very appreciated. We have to try and come up with as many ways to sort of mitigate the risk as possible, you know? So all you need to do is just a quick Google search, really, and just say anti-cancer natural remedies, you know? Just look something up like that. Just I don't want to tell you how to suck eggs, because I know that you know what you're on about, you know? But I do think that we do need to make sure that we don't get cancer, because, and that's a challenge, because we've also got all of these frequencies coming through us, you know, electronic frequencies, EMFs, you know, cancers love that shit. So we have to just try and do what we can, you know, and we'll end up fitter as a result of trying to mitigate all of these other potential risks. We get fitter, and the fitter you get, the happier you get. The happier you get, the fitter you get. It's just it's a beautiful loop, you know, the opposite of a vicious circle. Oh, I remember someone did that. We've all heard it. What's that? Urgh! A vicious circle. And I burned my hand, momentary lapse of concentration with a cast iron pan, you know. Always remember that heat distributes throughout the entire metal, you know. I thought he was a pastafarian. So, Mr. Was that a typo, or I like that, pastafarian? Censorship, pastafarian. That's true, Lou, but it isn't fair on us. That's not freedom of speech, though. I was chatting away. Again, this is one of the reasons why, you know, I do think that, considering the relatively small amount of people that will sit and watch a live, I'm still, you know, invested in talking to you, but maybe not looking straight at the camera. But I sometimes take my eyes off the ball there, and sometimes you can end up with a muppet in there or two. But I know that these 3 moderators are on it like a car bonnet, and I thank you all. Just so that we can carry on, you know, with flow. But I do give people a chance generally. I think I'm probably a little bit softer than you guys, you know, when it comes to people like that, because I've encountered quite a few proper arseholes, you know. But I will endeavour to try and turn him into a friend. I will. I'll always try and sort of form some way of neutralising the negativity and turning it into an online friendship. But it doesn't always work that way, because there are a lot of people out there that have got some very, very big bees in their very big bonnets, and that's just getting worse, you know. On a societal kind of basis, really, you've got people that are kind of worrying about paying next month's bills, being able to put fuel in the car so they can go to work, putting half decent food on the table for their children so that they're not just eating super noodles. Because I mean, rickets has come back, you know, but I bet you've got a jab for that, when all you need to do is it can be reversed by healthy eating, you know, as long as it's not too far gone. Oh, this fucking world. A murrow? What the fuck's a murrow? What's a murrow of our society? You're like, you're not just a problem. You're not just a problem. You're a murrow to society. See, I could make that sound really, really good and very insulting. But I'd have absolutely no idea what I was talking about, because I've never heard of a murrow or mirro. A mirro. No idea. I'd love to see some of you in other lives. Yeah, same here, Lulu. And yeah, at some point, guys, me and Lulu are going to co-host a live stream together. I'll be in touch, Lulu, so you can maybe walk me through StreamYard, because I don't think I've actually tried that on this laptop. And yeah, and we'll co-host a video together. I think that'd be really, really interesting. If it works, it works, and we'll do it again. If it doesn't work, no hard feelings, and we'll just continue doing this, you know. If you're cool with that, I'm cool with that. But I mean, it'd be lovely to get any of you guys to join us, you know. Just, I think 4 is probably the maximum amount of people you'd want to co-host a live stream with, because it gets more it gets complicated then, you know. And so we miss out on the live chat whilst I'm trying to get a word in, Lulu's trying to get a word in, Michael's trying to get a word in, Maria's trying to get a word in, you know. So we'd need someone. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Lulu, we need to get in touch, and then we'll do me a walkthrough, and we'll take it from there. Positive thinking. Yeah, Tony, how many times have I said, keep looking for those silver linings, because they are everywhere, right? And that's not me just being all fucking la, you know, I'm a hippie, listen to me, you know, because that's not the case. Those silver linings are literally everywhere. It's just sometimes you just need to try a little bit harder to spot them, and but not much harder, you know. And that is a really, really good step forward by way of positive thinking, you know, by looking for silver linings. So my phone, 110 quid, new screen, I could have really have done without that expense. Silver lining, I've got a fully functioning phone. This was originally Sally's, so it holds some sentimental value too. And the screen's never been so clear, you know? So I've gone from a phone that was unusable to having a phone again that's worth 5 times what it cost to get the new screen fitted to it, right? There's a silver lining. You can throw anything negative at me now. Fill your fucking boots and I'll find a silver lining. I will. I do feel like a job's worth for putting him in time out, but balance, exactly, Michael. He wasn't interested in the chat. Again, you see, this is the problem: is that we've got no tone of voice, we've got no eye contact, you know, no body language. There's nothing. So, I mean, he could have just been playful and just having a bit of a Friday night laugh, had a few, you know, couple of beers down him, and just wasn't, you know, being malicious at all. But I 100% put that decision into your hands, you know. And if your guts, especially between you, if your guts are saying, nah, there's something not quite right here, then do what you need to do, you know. But I don't like to restrict people unless they are proper full on bastard trolls. You know, you've got trolls, then you've got bastard trolls, and it's the bastard trolls that I really don't like. I've got no time for them, because we're considering the craziness of how fucked up this world is at the moment. We're still managing to find balance, and it's not artificial balance either, you know. Some people would say that if the shit's really hitting the fan and it's harming your mental health, when you look for silver linings, those silver linings are as realistic as the thing that's putting you down and making you feel low. They are as realistic. Balance. It's all about balance. So those silver linings aren't lies. Yeah, it's a very, very efficient coping strategy in a world that's getting darker by the day. We could, like I said, you know, we can be the light, the little candle. It won't even let me are we back in the room? Because something happened there. I had not type into the chat. The Outrider, where did I hear that before? I missed that. I'd love to see some of you in other lives. We can see there is a possibility that we could see each other in this life. And yeah, Lulu, if you can make it and join us, you know, under the stars, you'd be more than welcome. So just remember, anyone that's watching now, or anyone that's watching this when it's not live, please consider joining us on this amazing camping, this beautiful camping adventure in Worcestershire. And I can help you out with camping gear. I can help you out, you know, no problem. A little bit restricted because the car's a lot smaller, but I will endeavour to try my best. But there are limited spaces. We're looking at 15 people tops. And if any of you guys are interested, it's in June. I think it's the 12th and the 13th, or the 13th and the 14th. But whichever one that is, that weekend, Friday night, Saturday night, come home Sunday. And myself and Michael are coming up with ideas to keep you entertained during the day and practice a few self-defense things, maybe, you know, a little firing range, you know, it'll be good. It'll be good. And we'll be completely surrounded by people that are not only like-minded, but the same people that join us in the chat, especially, you know. There is something that's binding us together, you know. But if anyone's interested, my email address is in the description box. Email me, and you know, you'll have a great time. You'll be well looked after. You will. Good people with good minds and good hearts. So yeah, don't feel bad about getting rid of him, Michael. If you felt it was the right thing to do, I trust your judgment. Rickets needs vitamin B from brown rice. Wow, I didn't know that, Maria. And I just bought some brown rice in, but I haven't got rickets. So you see, simple fixes. Simple fixes. No. You don't want to go down the natural route of things. You don't want to find a healthy alternative. No. You need to come to me, your GP, your trusted doctor. I'll sort you out. You know, roll up your sleeve. To me, GPs are just there to diagnose. It's the same as going to the opticians, right? And then they give you a prescription, right? And you think, right, okay, I'll take this prescription somewhere else because this prescription is mine by law. It's mine. So I'll go somewhere else, or I'll have that information written down, and then I'll maybe look into laser eye surgery if it's bad enough, or there are lots and lots and lots of eye exercises that you can do that can, not with everything, but in some cases can reverse your poor eyesight to the point where you've got almost 20/20 vision again. You know, we've got to stop taking all of these fucking chemicals that they're giving us, you know. But I'm not a doctor. Don't stop taking any medication that you might be taking. You know, I'm just saying from a long, I'm so sorry. From a long-term perspective, we really, really do need to start thinking outside the box with our health, you know. And again, getting that green, what was it called again? I'm not going to show you the book again because I know that you've seen it 1,000 times. Yeah, the green pharmacy. I'm telling you, if you look at the complaints, the physical issues that the average human might get, you know, some of them quite common, some of them slightly more complex and a little bit more rare. But the amount of conditions in that book that can be dealt with from a holistic, natural perspective, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, our GPs are trained by pretty much corporations, you know. So you get a patient in. This is me training a GP. You get a patient in, and they claim that they've got I don't know, whatever. There's 1,000,001 examples that I could give, right? So what do you do? What do you give to this person? And just to make sure that he can pass, he'll turn around and say, an intense week's worth of steroids and a week's worth of antibiotics. Whereas I've posted quite a few memes now, right, and mentioned in videos as well, that there are so many alternatives out there in the natural world, you know, especially antibiotics. So because we've been receiving chemical antibiotics for most of our lives, you know, one of them, the baby one, tastes a bit like strawberry. It was fucking, oh, that was nice, you know. But there are natural remedies out there that they're A, not hard to find, and B, easy to grow. You know, natural antibiotics, natural. I can't say enough about this book. It's probably it's up there in my top 5, and I've got a fair few. If you combine my books here with the books I've got at the caravan and a couple I've got in the camper van, yeah, that is probably my top. It's probably my top. And for what it costs, I won't deal with him. I was just treating him as if he was contributing in a different language. That's a very clever approach. Yeah. Like I said, you know, I do like to give people a bit of a chance, but you know, if you're thinking, I'm not. Is it an email that you've just sent, Sal Misra? Because if it is, I'll have a quick look for you, sweetheart. No, I've got nothing, Sal Misra. So I've got absolutely no idea. You don't like competition, do you? I do. I think competition is healthy. I think competition is very, very healthy. This is one of my issues I've got with mainstream schools at the moment, is that no one's a winner. No one's a winner. It's all right. It's okay. Everyone gets a medal. You know what? Even for the 7 kids that are still running. Yeah. How are you going to? Humans kind of, in many cases, we become better and more versatile at being competitive. You know, if you can see what someone is capable of doing, then you know it's humanly possible. So either meet that or exceed it. You know, the Western standard education system needs to be completely and totally abolished. It hasn't changed since the Victorian era with the workhouses, and then getting kids, as many kids as they can, into schools then to brainwash them into becoming little worker drones, you know, never ever getting the opportunity to realize their true gifts, you know. It fucking sickens me. Why are you removing Maria's? Maria, I wasn't picking up on any anything offensive. Nothing. Who's talking about competition? Was that a good enough reason to put her out, Lulu? Well, I mean, that getting personal, it's too negative. That personal should be down to the individual to figure out whether or not that's personal to them, you know. I'm just saying, Lulu, I think I do think that might have been a rough call there, because she's fine, she's all right. Again, there's no eye contact, no body language, no tone of voice, you know. Things can get misinterpreted, and she's probably sat there really pissed off now, thinking, what the fuck did I do? Just saying, Lou, that's all. So, Misra, I'm having a look at my emails now and seeing if anything else has come through. No. Michael, can you do me a favour, brother? Can you put my email address into the chat again? Because I don't know how to. I could. Yeah, I can. I just know that you're probably way more efficient than I am. Several personal comments directly towards a member of the channel. I don't understand why you would time out one of us, but not a troll. Yeah, I'm inclined to. I do agree with Michael there, Lulu. I think that was. Yeah. So when you get to watch this back, Maria, yeah, right. The world's slowest. Oh my gosh. Right. Okay. This is for you, Salmisra. So you can send me an email because something's not working on your end. Pardon the pun. Michael would have done this in a fucking fraction of this time, because he's used to using his hands, you know. You know, me, you know. Right, a proton.me. Right, so Mr. that whilst, yeah, something's just come through after all that. But I'll always endeavour to try and, yeah. Oh, so your name's Amanda. Hope you don't mind me saying that. I didn't know that. Let's say a butcher's. Oh, you're lovely. Is that a pug? Is that a pug? Bloody hell. Frenchies. You've got a whole family of Frenchies there. Are they all related? Amanda? Amanda? Yeah. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm shit with names, you know. But yeah, that came through, sweetheart. Very lovely. Very lovely. You did do that. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Yeah, you're way more efficient than me, you know. Yeah. Right. Well, what should we give it another? Should we give it another half an hour, and then call it a night? And because I thought 2 o'clock was going to be my cut-off point, but I do think I don't think we need to be like that strict on a Friday or a Saturday night. And again, obviously, you guys, you just peel off and go to bed as and when, you know. And when I see 0 people watching, then, you know, I can. But there'll never be another 9-hour live stream. He says, I can't guarantee that. Frenchies are sisters. The Boston is a boy. They are darlings. Yeah, I love them. I've always quite liked Frenchies. I've you know, but it's the snoring, the grunting, you know, because of their nose and stuff. The noise does kind of get to me a little bit, but I think they're beautiful little dogs, lovely. I think all dogs are. But I do like Boston Terriers. Boston Terriers have got right fucking attitude, little man syndrome, little dog syndrome, like Zephyr, you know. She'll take anything on. You know, on the way, when I picked up my phone that had been repaired, I came out the shop and I just felt this really fast brush against my left arm. I just thought, what the fuck was that? So just for a second, I'm thinking, what was that? And it was just a little retard of a kid, you know, probably 17 years old, 16, 17 years old, on a high-powered electric scooter on the pavement, you know. I could have took him out. If I had stepped forward, because, you know, you knock the top of one of these scooters over, your balance is gone. You're going to end up on the deck, and it could be really bad. But again, to these young ones that are like that, they need to learn the hard way. No matter what, to all of my beautiful tribe, right? The only really real proper way to learn anything is the hard way. The school of hard knocks is not necessarily a bad thing, you know. It tempers you. It strengthens your your mind, you know. So I think sometimes it does get a little bit shitty sometimes, you know, because when you get this shit come at you and you're like that, right, I need to sort this shit out, and then you're like, whoa. So I'll put that one on the back burner because this one seems a little bit more, whoa, you know. And that's sometimes how it feels, you know. But especially women, because women are way better at plate spinning. I call it plate spinning, you know. So a lot of women will be somehow managing to keep a functioning family, right? Hold a job down, keep the house clean. And again, I'm not. This is not a stereotype of a woman. You know, I'm not like that. You know, I'm not like that. You know. Anyhow. Amanda, just it's, you know, the irony of that typo, the irony, right? That they're put in to prevent cows from farting, and you put farming instead of farting. You see, and again, none of this holds any scientific value. You know, the whole. I mean, I've never done this because I'm just not like that, right? But I've known lads that have lit their own farts. So, you know, are we next to get you down to that 500 million? And then we've got foot and mouth on its way, you know. So if Bill Gates, I would love to have him in my house for a couple of days with locked doors and soundproofing. So they want to reduce flatulence in our livestock. That's not natural. It's not right. It will never be right. It is wrong, and it needs to stop. Right. But we know that they were using that in 2018, you know. So how long has this shit been in our food supply? It's mental. It's mental. And none of this was discussed with us. None of it was put out in the press. Nothing. You know, this is how underhanded these bastards are. These sick, twisted bastards are. They are sick and twisted. If you look at every single member of the World Economic Forum, they are all of them have got at least one significant psychological impairment. All of them, at least one. Some of them 3, 4, 5, you know. And these are the people that are dishing out the dosh and corrupting politicians, you know, and policy. It's mad. But like I've said to you guys right from the start, don't look towards Farage. You know, he's a prick. The guy's a fucking prick. Ben Habib, Trump, Kennedy, Vance, Tommy Robinson. You know, don't look at these people as a savior, right? Tommy Robinson has played a blinding part by raising awareness about the grooming gangs, and stuff that would never have gotten out, you know. But then he's also, because of that, created even more division and more hatred and more anger. So, but then he's also trying to sort of galvanize the country. But I'm still seeing loads and loads of people looking at other people to get them through. And, you know, looking for a hero to steer them through life, or give them some sort of reassurance. You know, I've got this, you know, like Braveheart, you know, he was a genuine warrior, you know, and he fought and fought and fought for all the right reasons, you know. He wasn't looking around. If you've watched that film, if you've watched Braveheart a few times, not once did he ever look around for leadership. Ever. And neither should you. Yeah, we do need people that are probably a lot more qualified than us to kind of. But again, I was going to allude to the economy. The economy's fucked, and it's going to continue to be so. You know, the world that we're heading towards right now is unbelievable. You know, so no more going down the shops. You know, no more of the good old days of having a bit of a natter in the post office because you know everyone, because you've been drawing your pension from there every Monday or whatever it was. All that's gone. All of the lovely, beautiful country pubs in the middle of these villages, you know, most of them have gone. You know, they're stripping, they are ripping the soul of communities right out, and then just leaving them spinning. And as a result of that, you're going to start to see more aggression. You're going to see more road rage, a lot more insensitivity, because people are, you know, on the edge with lots and lots and lots of concerns and worries, especially for their kids. So as time goes by, tempers are going to get shorter, but we have to, no matter what, we have to remain the voice of reason, you know, keeping our heads cool around people that are losing theirs, and then know when to maybe kind of do your thing and appease the situation and calm the situation down, or fuck off out of the situation because it's getting too dark and too aggressive. Get yourself out of the situation, unless it's a friend that's being picked on or a family member that's being picked on. But even then, you know, that's down to you. I know what I'd do. I've always stuck up for my friends. Always. They don't always stick up for you. Important to us and valued. She is, Michael. Yeah. Yes, I know. Where is it going? To be honest, I didn't really know how to do it. Then it happened. Do it out of anger or anything. I thought after the first time out, this was the same. Yeah, you'll figure it out, Lulu. you know, and yeah, give people a shot, especially if it's people that join us every live stream, you know. I've not picked up on any malice whatsoever from Maria. But at least you know how to do it now, Lulu, you know. Yeah, can you imagine, Amanda? Can you imagine having Bill Gates on here? You know, but all of the questions would have to be pre-approved, right? And you obviously, you know that I would stick to those pre-approved questions, you know, because, but then it wouldn't be a case of any talking. There'd be no talking, just action. Same as Starmer, you know. If I'd love for Starmer to come in this house, and Lammy. I mean, Lammy's a big man, you know. I'd love to. Just never forget about Lammy, right? And his tweet, "I drink the tears of the white man," you know. No, some of appreciate how it changes the Overton window on many topics. Overton window. I've not heard that phrase before, Lulu. Always need leaders, even in small groups. Yeah, you do. Yeah. But you've got, but you also need to, you need to make sure that the leaders are completely and totally rational, and that their decisions aren't impulsive, and that their intentions are for the wider community, you know, with less emphasis on themselves and more emphasis on the community. That's what takes, that's what a good leader should be presenting himself as. And then, but we don't want to having, you know, a 4-year gap between one extremely fucked up election and another. We're not going to vote ourselves out of this shit, you know. All of these politicians, the vast majority of them, are just snakes. The snakes. They don't give a fuck about you. All they care about is their career, you know. And if I do this, will it affect my career? Yeah, it will. Right, I won't do that then, even though it's the right thing to do, you know. You see, Ben Habib separating himself from the joke that is Reform UK, that piques my interest in him. But because he's not prepared to speak out about some seriously fucked up issues, then I've got absolutely no respect for him either. Again, he's just another one that just talks the talk, talks cheap. Anyone can talk, you know. We have Bill Gates and Elon Musk calling the shots, so to speak, and who voted them to do this? Exactly. Democracy's dead. You know, democracy has been an illusion since the beginning of the Roman Empire. And that's because it's decentralized. The only way to deal with society and communities is through decentralization. So tribal, you know, having appointed people that everyone's voted in, you know, appointed people that make the final decision at the top. So I do agree with you on that. But the system that we're in at the moment, we need something that doesn't even come close to resembling this, you know. Where are we? We have Bill Gates and yeah. No sum of appreciate how it changes the Overton window on many topics. Again, I don't know what the Overton window is. But yeah, I do agree that we do need leaders of small groups, and that's hopefully what that's going to get down to again, like the whole tribalism thing and cooperative and working with other groups in other communities and doing it like that. If you get it too small, then it gets 10 times more complicated. We just need to try and find that balance, you know. And there will be teething problems, a lot of teething problems, because we've never been in this situation before. You know, people for, you know, hundreds, maybe even thousands of years have just been believing in the system that they're in, thinking based on propaganda generally, that the system they're in is there for their benefit, when it's not. It's for their benefit. There are lots and lots of different possibilities and outcomes, and I've got really practical thought processes of how it could work for us. But I do think that there is going to be a high likelihood that if you don't play ball, then you'll be sort of ejected out of well, you're already out of the matrix, but ejected out of society, a society that they've masterminded and created based on digital IDs and financial slavery. No, you can't buy that. You've already bought one of them this week, you know. So going back to rationing and shit like that, whilst they're eating Wagyu steaks and grass-fed fucking lamb and organic chicken eggs and organic vegetables and fruit, whilst we're eating what? Not every leader is perfect, and power corrupts. Power can corrupt. It can. And no, not every leader is perfect at all, you know. And the reason for that is because they're human, you know. We were born to make mistakes and then learn from them. But I think most formidable quality leaders are leaders that never chose to lead. It just kind of turned out that way. It just happened. And but I don't see any strong leaders in politics in this country or America. Certainly not Canada. And then you've got Australia. I mean, that what they put up with over there was ridiculous. They just put up with it. New Zealand, the same, you know. One of the beautiful things I love about New Zealand is the fact that the Maoris are one of the few indigenous tribes of a country that the white man's taken over, where they've actually managed to still hold on to a really, really cohesive and close-knit community. And they've barged, I don't know if you've been looking, I don't think it's probably not on YouTube, it was on X, you know. And yeah, these Maoris, these groups of Maori men, you know, doing the whole, you know, the war, that sort of thing. I won't do that again, just in case I fucking freak you all out. But they've been kind of barging into drag queen story time at New Zealand schools and stuff like that. The Maoris are coming together and doing their thing, you know. They're warriors, so they are getting involved. You should maybe consider opening an X account, and or even maybe it might be on YouTube. I don't know. Have a look. But the Maoris, I've seen video after video after video after video after video of this amazing people, this amazing community, indigenous community, fighting back about the nonsense and replacing it with common sense. Now, we're not Maoris, but the vast majority of us are indigenous. You know, we hold the power. It's just that there are so many people out there that just don't recognise or realise that, which is a fucking shame. Yeah, that has made me chuckle, Lou. But at least you know what to do when we do get a genuine troll, you know, a proper twat, because they're easy to spot, you know, and by keeping an eye out for stuff like that, I'm able to just focus on you guys and chatting and then reading some comments out. Yeah, I can devote more time to just being there in the moment with you. And yeah, you'll know when you've got a twat in the chat, and that rhymes. Oh, Aviolins. How's that gone? And Linz, can you just confirm that you're in the UK? I think you are, but I just want to make sure because it's relevant. It's relevant. But one of the things that I put in the community tab was the fact that this foot and mouth outbreak that's planned, it's not happening now, you know, it's planned, just like the last pandemic was planned. We all saw that the precursors to pretty much everything that's happened, anything noteworthy. We've seen all the precursors, the build up to it, you know, the manipulation, the bullshit. So yeah, this planned foot and mouth thing is, look, just when you're talking to someone that's still a little bit sleepy, you can turn around to them and say, look, how about I make a prediction that I know will come true. Yeah, it's not mentioned anywhere in the media, anywhere. And they'll go on then. Another foot and mouth outbreak, but it won't be an outbreak. They're just trying to take our healthy food away from us, you know? So that's just another fantastic little seed. Because if it's going to happen anyway, you know, nobody wants this foot and mouth nonsense, you know. I mean, I've topped my freezer off, and then I started to think, shall I get another separate desktop freezer? But I don't know what I'm going to be shelling out for on Monday with this fucking car. So I don't want to be, and I didn't see the mobile phone screen thing come in at all. You know, I live on my own. Are you from Nottingham, Linz? So you're just down the road. How about that? Oh, fucking love that. Love that. I was Radford originally, Linz. That's where I grew up. And I mean, and that was, you know, even as a kid, it was a highly multicultural area, you know. But there was, you know, at the bottom of our street, there was the Lands, Mr. and Mrs. Land, and they were in their 60s. She had white hair, he had white hair, and I mean white, you know, and he had a white beard as well. And they just cut ham slices to whatever thickness you wanted, and you know, we did allow mum to put stuff on tick and stuff like that, you know, proper English couple. And I drove through my hometown a while back, and it was completely unrecognizable, you know, not far off Bradford, you know. We're just more of a mixture of different cultures than Bradford, because Bradford is an Islamic town now. That's it, you know. Many still also believe that the government has their best interests. I agree. If you don't comply, yeah, this is it. We live in a world of sheep, but if you were able to say to a sheep in sheep language, and that would translate to that van over there is a fucking slaughter van. You're going to go in that van, and then you're going to get cut up into so many different pieces and then sold on, and people are going to eat you. Now, if a sheep understood that, it would never go, you know. So we have, I'm sure many of you, I know I have, right, called these people sheep, you know. So it's a case of trying to understand or find an approach for them to understand. And again, this foot and mouth thing, you know, and anything else that you predict, just out of just research time that you've put in, you know, which, because when we start to see patterns and we start to hear certain buzzwords in the mainstream media and stuff like that, we know that something's afoot, you know. But it's about trying to see if we can call it out in advance to the sleepy people that might just be coming around, and calling stuff ahead of time, because that will give you more and more credibility. It will. And they were like, oh, fucking hell, I wish I'd listened to you, or, you know, I can't believe that what you said came true, you know. But that's literally because we constantly remain informed, you know. The amount of times someone said, look, Terry, just knock it on the head for a couple of days. Just knock it on the head. Take a breather. Fuck off to the caravan. Take a breather. Chill out. You know, I can't do that. It's not in me. It's not in my blood. You know. So, Linz, where are you? Where are you? What part of Nottingham are you? Hucknall, Beeston? I'm just curious. Definitely there will be a culling. Yeah, but we have to try and figure out how they're going to achieve that, because if they came to my, we're not going to get forest fires in England that's going to wipe out cities. You know, we don't get stuff like that. So it's either going to be in our food, again, with the shit that they're spraying from the skies, on top of probably the most important of the three that I'm just the three that I'm going to mention. There are more, but the most important one of all, I think, is EMF. I think that's our biggest. That's my biggest concern. Because we're getting hit from all angles, and everything is about frequency. I don't want to parrot again. I'm just saying that everything is frequency. So if they can create these big, massive masts that can interrupt that frequency and manipulate you into something that you're not, whether that'll be, you know, suicidal driving or knife attacks or just walking zombies, just people just walking the streets aimlessly, like they're in a trance, you know, because they took the Kool-Aid and they broke the blood-brain barrier with the PCR tests. You know, we just, again, this is to some degree or another speculation. So, but it's practical, informed, you know. Right. Oh. What was a great film again? And you know what? You know, if they turn around and say, if you've got a Netflix account, because I love films, I love them. That's my escapism. Films to me are books to you, you know. It won't go up. Oh, no, it's gone up too far. Whew. Is from Nottingham, are you? Yeah, whereabouts in Nottingham are you from, Linz? I'm from East Yorkshire. I knew you were, Lulu. Proper proper Yorkshire lass. I don't take no fucking shit. Yes, I do watch Andy Public UK. I think there's three in particular that I did have a little bit of a spat with one of them, but there's another one that I actually really gel with and warm to. He's got his own channel, and I've suggested to him, why don't I do a ride along and interview you? I see him interviewing loads and loads of people, and one of the main topics is, what do you think of Starmer so far, or how do you feel about undocumented and unlimited immigration into the country? You know, he asks pertinent questions. You know, the amount of people out there that I've picked up on that are either completely oblivious, or are ignorant, blissfully ignorant, you know, in their bubble, going la 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 la, I don't want to talk about it, you know, like that's going to improve your life further down the line, you know. And then you've got those who are quite vocal, you know, about their opinions on our current prime ministers. Yeah. Let me see if I can. I'm just going to see if I can find very quickly the name of this guy's channel, who's a Nottingham lad. Oh, was that it? Yeah. Is that it? Just hold on. Yeah, Nots Online. Is that what you put? You're from Bulwell? Oh, I used to babysit in hold on. Andy Public. Right, I think Andy Public, I think I think I said to him, because of some of the stuff that he comes out with and that, I just said, how do you feel about taking money from Google as payment? Something along those lines, saying, do you understand how much damage Google as a search engine has done to society by feeding them lies, you know, bullshit, misinformation, disinformation. There's another one as well, I can't remember now. It was like, well, you know, it is what it is, blah blah blah. Okay, fair enough, mate, fair enough. You know, you do you, I'll do me. Right, so the chat that I was considering, but I'm gonna need to get a bigger SD card. It's Nots Online, right? So his channel is Nots Online. So that's a capital N, that it makes a difference. OTTS, capital ONLINE, right? And he's from literally from almost where I was brought up, you know, minutes away. and he goes around Nottingham town centre and chatting with people and that, and yeah, he's up for some sort of collaboration video, but it just mean I've got a few fish that I need to fry first. I've got to get this car sorted out, blah de blah de blah de blah de blah. Then I'll look into maybe doing a video with him, and as opposed to him interviewing the public on what they feel about this and this and this and this big topics, right? I'd like to interview him to find out what his views are on this and this, you know, and do a little bit of a ride along. But my only problem is that I can't edit. I don't edit, and I won't ever edit. So, but yeah, Bulwell, yeah. So, do you know what, Linz? It's gone. It's gone. I used to babysit for 2 kids that lived in a house behind the pear tree. And it's the name of as you're going from Nottingham out to Bulwell, you've pretty much got to go through this particular small town. My youngest son loves Nottingham. Him and his girlfriend go there when they can. They were their weekend watching a friend fight at an event. Yeah, we've got loads and loads of really good arenas and stuff like that in Nottingham, you know. Really good, really good. And it's a half decent nightlife as well, you know. There are so many pubs, and but again, it's just not the same as it used to be. It's not the same. Something's happened in society that's not irreparable, but it's going to take a lot of hard work. Linz, when you say delusional, is that the town between Nottingham and Bulwell? I hope you know where I'm on about. Drink on this evening. You go for it, Lily. You go for it, sweetheart. What's your cup of tea? What's your poison? Are you a red wine lass? Because I kind of picture you as a red wine kind of girl. Is that Knots online? No. Is it? Does it talk a little bit? Does Knots online talk a bit like this? Well, I was going there. Oh, I just can't do it. I think he's definitely on the easy money route just by walking around. That's it. You know, he's not actually going around engaging with that many people. But if he comes across something, then he'll film it. And if that's the same guy, he's got a very, very unique voice. Knots online. 2025, and we've got AI that can't differentiate between knots, as in an abbreviation of Nottingham, and knots, something that you tie. I think it's the same guy. Ooh, that's weird. Hello,
everybody. Just doing a quick video.
Oh, not online. Not online. Yeah, yeah, I like him.
Competitively fight on this game.
He's not. It doesn't normally. His last video was some sort of upload of him doing virtual reality, and he's posted that as a video, which is a shame, really, because I'm quite anti virtual reality, because that is one of their plans, is to try and get us into a position where we just, apart from getting up for a piss, you know, a 1 or a 2, you know, and then making some food and then sitting back down and then putting these virtual reality these headsets back on again, and just go into a different world where you're interacting with other people that are just as fucking sad, you know. And that's not meant to be offensive to this guy, because, like I said, I kind of respect him. I like him. He's nice, and he's from my town. But yeah, that's right, Lulu. Not online. I don't know who Posse Parker is. Am I in the chat? Been commenting for ages. You are, Ray. Yeah, you're there. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you've see, Lily, are you not at least a little bit impressed with the fact that I pegged you as a red wine lady, you know? But yeah, everything's Andy Public. Great footage of Nottingham. Yeah. I think it's Andy Public, the one that I think he's the one that I said, how do you feel about taking payment from such an evil corporation? Because that's what it is, you know. They control the narrative, and yeah, I think if you want to sort of set up a little bit of a buy me a coffee thing, fair enough. If you're out there doing the graft, if you're putting some effort in, yeah. But I just think taking payment off Google is, I just think it's immoral, and I'll always feel that way. But you know, you guys do what you do, and I'll do what I do, and that's it. We'll get along, you know. Yeah, we can't see any of the previous chats, Ray. Where are we? It's AdSense and the actual owners of YouTube are interesting. AdSense. But it's all about social engineering, you know, and turning people like us into zombies. And Google's version of book burning, you know. So sometimes you'll find the information you're looking for, but it might be 5, 6, 7 pages in, you know, as opposed to it being the number one where it should be when you're asking a specific question. And it's just not there. You have to go searching for it. And then you look up back, you know, if you look back at the whole COVID thing, you know, the amount of lies and bullshit and censorship and pushing alternative views that fit their narrative, all of that was there. And then YouTube, which is owned by Google, so much censorship. It's utterly ridiculous, you know. So fuck them. This is why I will never monetize the channel. I don't want anything from them, anything. And I don't want the channel to grow. Stranger, I've been chatting. Did you see him amongst the counter protests of Posse Parker? No. Again, I don't know who Posse Parker is. And are we talking about Knots Online or Andy Public? Again, I don't really gel with I don't really gel with Andy Public too much. I'm subscribed because he's a local lad, you know, and I just feel like it's the right thing to do, you know, if it's helping his channel grow and he's getting out there, and he's literally from another one that's from my hometown, then fair enough. But I would like to see more of these guys speaking up a bit more and becoming a bit more forthright. I think that what's the name of the channel again? This computer, this laptop is becoming very, very unresponsive. Yeah, Knots Online. He's I think he's a lot more articulate, you know, and he's very, very good at his approach and trying to kind of steer a very neutral ship whilst asking important questions, and that's good. It's a good skill set, because a lot of the people that he encounters and videos, I would struggle to be polite, you know, but he pulls it off. I don't know how he does it, but he pulls it off, you know, laid back chap. Right, we're at 3 in the morning now, and like I said, with this washing machine thing, they were going to say this. They initially said, well, we can get someone around on the 10th of March, which at the time that would have been 3 full weeks to have someone come around and fix my washer. My uniform's in there, everything, you know, I've got stuff in there. It's locked in, you know, so I need someone to come around and repair it. And they said the 10th of March, but then when I said that I'm considering just like ditching this, cancelling any standing orders and just leaving you because this is shit, you know, all of a sudden they found someone for tomorrow morning, and I got a text through just before I started the live stream saying that they'll be here between 7 and 11. So 7:30. Yeah, by the time I've got to bed and settled down, I'm looking at about 4 hours sleep. So no lying for me. So we'll call it a night. But it has been lovely, you know. It has been lovely. It always is, you know. We do generally get it is Knots Online, who is quite well spoken. Yeah. I can tell by his accent that he's literally from around Radford somewhere, you know, ish. But yeah, he articulates himself very, very, very well. He's very professional in what he does, and he's quite humble. Even though one of the last videos he did was a very quick short where he's gotten back into his boxing again. And you see, with boxing or kickboxing or decent intensive martial arts, you don't need to lift weights. You don't need to do that. You get your definition through punching and kicking, you know, different punches, different kicks, and your physique just takes on a great shape, really. I do think I look quite skinny in this top. And I suppose I am really, you know, I'm not a big built bloke, and I've never tried to be. I never wanted to be, but I've always wanted to maintain and keep a half decent looking body. You know, if it looks all right, then it probably is all right. You know, there aren't that many 52-year-old blokes out there that have got a body like this. And again, that's not, you know, I feel like I have to backtrack with the whole fucking ego thing. I haven't got an ego. I haven't. But I look at me and in the mirror very, very rarely, because normally my inner critic just wants to kick the shit out of me, you know? So every now and then when I do get the opportunity to sneak one past my inner critic, I'll look and I think, wow, you know, I actually do look really, really, really good, you know? My body looks good. I've not seen another 52-year-old man with a body like this. So yeah, anyway, one of his last videos, he was showing his physique off and stuff, which I thought was a little bit shallow. But on the flip side, what he puts out in his videos, it's worth watching. You know, he's a good man. He's a good man, a patriot, and I'm just trying to figure out just how switched on he is. And that's why I'd like to get that interview in there, but it won't be anytime soon. But it does respond to my messages, and it knows I've got a channel. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. I think he might be a Zionist, so you won't like him. Well, I'll find out. And my line of questioning is extremely direct, because I don't like fucking about. I don't like wasting time. Life's too short. So my questions will be very direct. And I think it's quite possible that he might not even know what a Zionist is, because not a lot of people do. And then when they read up what it says that a Zionist is, or what Zionism is, it sounds fair enough, you know? It's just a movement to try and make sure that our people are safe, you know? Who doesn't want that for their country, you know? But when it's a case of at all costs, no matter what, and if we get more and more Jewish coming into our country, then we need to expand our border lines, so that all of a sudden there isn't a border between Israel and Gaza. I'm going to walk my sister's dog down the hill to the beach. Oh man, can you imagine having a beach at the bottom of the hill? Good night all. It's been fun hanging out at work and after. Much love, Lily, and thank you for joining us. We're all going to draw this to a close now, but a positive one at that, you know. Yeah. I'll yeah. There will be a video with Knots Online at some point. It might be in the spring at some point. I don't want to nail myself down to anything at the moment until I've got this car properly, fully sorted out, and to the point where I feel like it's safe to drive. So Lulu and Michael, thank you for moderating tonight. Really, really appreciate that. I'm glad that you've found your way around. And yeah, so you'll know what to do next time, but just maybe not so hasty. So until the next one, just much love to all of you. Just remember, don't allow fear in. You know, there's a massive difference between fear and concern. You know, if you hear something that's kind of done your head in a little bit and you think might be true, you know, allow for a bit of concern, because that will speed up some sort of potential counter preparedness response from you, you know. But fear is a killer, you know. Never allow fear into your heart, no matter what happens, you know. So on that note, yeah, I'm going to go and get my head down and hope that I can get my washer fixed in the morning. Last drink, last fag, and then catch sunsets. So yeah, thanks to everyone for joining me tonight. You know, I always love it. I love interacting with you guys, and it does feel like a little online family, you know. And just know that you are appreciated. You really are. So much love, and ciao for now.